All right, all my little YouTube mother fuck faces. You're watching Validation Boy live stream October 11th, 2023. And you know what? Fuck Tupac. No one gives a fuck about that piece of shit and his fucking killer getting caught or his killer finally confessing or whatever the fuck happened. Who gives a flying fuck, dude? Tupac was a pile of subhuman fucking trash, bro. There's footage of him and Boog Knight going and jumping the guy who ended up killing him in the hotel. They jumped him. They beat the living shit out of him. 2-on-1, 3-on-1, whatever it was. Because they're bitch ass cunts, bro. Hip hop people are fucktards and they're cunts, bro. That entire culture is fucking trash, bro. And Tupac never did anything of any real inspiration for anybody. All Tupac ever sang about was gang banging, raping, and murdering. He's a fucking pile of subhuman trash. And I'm glad that someone got his ass. Send him right back to where he belongs, bro. He was of his father, the fucking devil. Fuck Tupac. No one gives a shit about Tupac. And by the way, Tupac was probably born female for all you fucking fanboys. All you fucking white boys out here. Fat and opinionated. Harsh reality. Fucking cuckolds, bro. Giving a fuck, making videos about two fucking Pac, bro. Suck my white ball sack. Okay? Fuck Tupac. You guys should fucking be ashamed of yourselves. No one gives a shit. Okay? Aside from that, there's something out there called the millennial pause. That's what I'm calling it. It's got to be the most cringe fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. There's a whole bunch of channels. There's a true crime channel. It's a guy. And he's like Irish. I forget what his fucking name is. A lot of people out here watch him. He does it. He does the millennial pause. And what is it supposed to be like? Sarcasm or some shit. It just doesn't work, bro. It's never going to work. You fucking millennials are fucking trash, bro. Okay? And your sense of humor is not fucking funny. So we're going to get into a couple of fucking topics today. You know, let's talk about Idaho 4 to kick this off. Let's talk about Idaho 4 because I'm going to tag a couple of names in this video. And hopefully they're going to come watch it. I know a couple of you are definitely going to come watch it because I know you guys are watching my stuff now. Like Jules of All Trades, like Harsh Reality, like JB Gunner, maybe a couple others. I know you watch my stuff. I can hear my words. And by the way, JB Gunner and Harsh Reality, your little feud, it's starting to look extra WWE, bro. It's starting to look extra fucking kayfabe. I don't really believe that you guys are really feuding, you know, because controversy creates cash, as Eric Bischoff would say, right? So I'm not sure if I even believe you guys' rivalry. And both you guys are actually just ripping off my content from 8-9 months ago. So when one of you says the other's ripping each other's content off, we all know that you guys are just both ripping my content off. Harsh Reality and JB Gunner. I like both you guys. I like JB Gunner a little bit more because he's, you know, he leans my direction. But yeah, you guys are totally both ripping off my shit. You're not ripping off each other's shit. So how does it feel? How does it feel knowing that you're never going to get any real answers in the Idaho 4 case? How's it feel knowing that this corrupt ass police department and the local government, they're all intertwined with the college? And all this fuckery that's going down, it's done for the sake of protecting a couple of local yokel sleazeball scumbags 401k plans. That's why all this fuckery is going down. They're even paying Ashley Manfacefield to do her whack stories, her whack coverage of everything. And Jennifer Coffee Getter, they're paying them under the table to spin these fucking narratives. There are literally people from Idaho that are involved with the college that are paying money to Ashley Banfield so that she will spin fake narratives. There's no other explanation for it. Why else would she do it? I mean, she could do it for her hatred of the male gender. You know, she might have been doing it for free then when she was doing the whole incel narrative and everything, but either way, how do you guys feel about the very real possibility that these kids are all just informants and or government agents? It's a real possibility. How do you feel about the insanely rare names of everyone involved in this case? From judge, down to the junkie's parents. The junkie parents of the alleged murder victims. It's almost like all these names are AI generated because they're so rare and so fucking fake sounding. They don't even sound like Nordic names or Finnish or Svenska or Russian, or they don't even sound like anything, bro. The names sound fake as fuck. How do you feel about the fact that these alleged victims might all still be alive and well under the Witness Protection Program? Or maybe they've been sent abroad to continue their careers as foreign agents. How do you feel about the fact that the prosecution have entirely abandoned due process and the defense isn't even trying to do anything at all about that, other than a couple of nice little platitudes? It's almost like the entire thing is completely staged and fake. It's almost like the entire thing is completely staged and faked. Almost. Disclaimer. Public have been given literally nothing of merit in this case since day one. The redacted nature of everything that's happening here in this case pretty much exposes the fact, it pretty much exposes how criminal the government of that town must actually be. Or it exposes the fact that a much larger operation is going down in Idaho that the American citizens are not privy to. It's almost starting to feel like we're living in Mao's Red China when it comes to coverage of this case. Either way, this case is now 100% theater. And that's why everything is so wildly out of order and so loaded up with errors. Because the case might not even be real. Might not even be real. It might be a cover-up for something else that's going on. BK is probably sitting in a hotel room right now, eating gourmet catered meals and getting a fat bi-weekly paycheck from the FBI or from some other alphabet service extension of the U.S. government. And that sucks because I've been rooting for this guy just on principle this whole time. Seems like in reality, however, the only thing left for us to wait for in this case is the fake-ass verdict on the fake-ass perp. That's going to set new standards for how badly the government can shit all over your constitutional rights moving forward. And now it should be crystal clear to all of you exactly why the incel and mental health narratives have been such a huge element in this overblown social engineering test program. I hate to say this because I might have been duped too, but to me right now, after everything that we know now here on 10/11/23, it feels like all y'all true crimers are just running a fool's errand by covering this case. They have you begging for the abolition of due process, and they have you begging to hand over your civil rights. AI generated names, guys. I mean, get out of here. This is a bright stream. I got the lights on this time, right? Because I'm here to mug and smile. Yeah, motherfuck faces. Feeling Good. Feel like $1,000,000 today. Things are looking up. Tim. I had some procedures done. Still not back to 100%. Yeah. Still not back to 100%, but definitely feeling like $1,000,000 I'm able to smile all over again with you guys. It's been a couple years. It's been a couple years since I've been able to mug on your candy asses. Let's do it. Oh, we can't do it yet. Check this out. I think that one girl who survived, you're talking about Dylan Mortensen, looks like a transgender. But I've been told that's hateful, and I can't ask because it's not any of my business. I got a video talking about that topic. But as for now, it's time to crack open that cucumber flavored Brondo. Cucumber Brondo, motherfuck faces. You thought it was a myth. I keep showing it to you. You don't believe that it's real. It's cucumber flavored Brondo, bro. And it's some of the best shit that's ever existed anywhere ever. We're going to take it slow tonight. Oh, yeah. Wow. Looks like I have a guest request. Tim wants to get it poppin'. I got some fucking hate to spew first, bro. Don't you know? All right, guys. I'm gonna do this thing that I want to do here, and then I'm gonna go to my next topic, and then I think Tim will be the ideal guest for that topic. I want to talk about They Cloned Tyrone. Hopefully Tim's seen that movie. If not, I can walk him through it. Let's talk about Amala. Let's talk about Amala Ekpunobi. She was part of Prager University, and her contract with them ended. But after listening to her for a couple years, the truth of the matter is that Amala Ekpunobi is a walking K-plan. She's a stage prop that her self-hating white cuck mother manufactured in order to make a ridiculous, immature, and frankly, for its time, outdated political statement. Amala's black father was pushed away a very short time after his seed was stolen by her white mother. If Amala's mother was truly trying to be the difference in the world that she wanted to see, then she would have made sure to stay with Amala's father and prove to all the skeptics that swirly swirling is somehow an actually feasible endeavor in the modern world. Instead, all we got was this walking propaganda piece who at birth was immediately condemned to an entire lifetime of identity crisis. If she were fully black, or if she were fully white, she wouldn't be obsessing over racial and gender divisions on YouTube at all. She'd simply be living out her life of pretty privilege, debatable, and none of this would concern her. How cruel of her mother to do this to her. Mommy's Little Monster. It's a great album by Social Distortion. Yeah, Mommy's Little Monster. So she fronts as if she's tearing down racism. But in fact, she is subtly extolling the slow miscegenation and eventual genetic extinction of multiple races. And it makes me wonder about her current boyfriend and his ethnic background and the spawn she plans to vomit up in the name of her mother's ideology. Way too many influencers have been running around bitching and moaning about the racist divide that's being manufactured in the West these days. Amala is just the next in a long line of hashtag walkaways, trying to get rich off this foolish and quite transparent LARP. But when you really think about it, this manufacturing of racial divide, if you really look at it, it's simply a brilliant form of reverse psychology. It's cleverly designed to tempt the ignorant, bleeding heart shame-tards of the world to prove they're not racist by generating an army of homogenized offspring. And it blows my mind that Amala can sit here and pretend like she's in denial of this fact. She's in denial of the fact that something like that is the exactly the thing that our anti-white and our anti-Christ overlords want. Because with different racial groups come different communities with different goals and different values. If these differences can be erased, totalitarianism and tyranny can much more easily creep in and take over every aspect of our civilization, one day at a time. Because individualism and cultural individualism is the bane of the New World Order's existence. Of course, the authoritarian scum of this world want to erase the many unique differences between the races. And the New World Order can't just outright exterminate whitey, because despite their hatred for us, they know that would be absolutely moronic to do. They instead want to believe, just like this movie that I'm about to talk about, they instead want to believe that our much more preferable genetics can be used to breed out all the supposedly less desirable genes, and that this is going to result in an overall better gene pool. But in reality, mixing bad ingredients in with good ingredients will never improve the quality of that which was already good to begin with. It could be argued that race mixing is a disrespect to our Creator. There might very well be reasons why the different races exist. Attempting to destroy multiple different races via intergenerational genetic extermination is little more than a huge middle finger to God, who created those differences for reasons we may or may not fully comprehend as lowly humans. It's a tough pill to swallow, but you're not God. You're just a stupid-ass human who's unable to humble themselves before that which you do not understand. Cultures vary dramatically, and to claim these differences in behaviors cannot be directly correlated to specific groups is just a flat-out denial of reality. The real problem that we face is the way certain groups on the whole fail to adapt, even after they've been given an abundance of opportunities to fit in and to use the available tools to better themselves. And like I've said before, of course, there's exceptions, but when one group in general absolutely refuses to conform to social constructs, which are much more healthy for them than their own culture of fear and hatred and resentment over some bullshit that allegedly happened maybe 300 or 400 years ago and wasn't anywhere near as bad as the overlords want them to believe, well, then they're starting to show their true colors when they refuse to get a grip. And it's safe to say that certain groups out here are probably never going to change. Just on observation alone, they're just never going to change. Is this ongoing failure to adapt a choice? Or is there something in the genetic composition that doesn't allow these much needed changes to take place? I don't know. Only God can answer that question. And some people might even ignorantly question the necessity of such a massive behavioral shift on the part of these groups at all. But if one expects to reap the benefits of a given civilization, then one must contribute positively to that civilization. I can't, as a white man, just show up in like Bangladesh or Mozambique or some shithole, third world fucking shithole like Puerto Rico and expect a red carpet to be rolled out for me now, can I? If Amala's solution to this conundrum is to genetically exterminate multiple unique races via interbreeding, then she's truly insidious. And she clearly just despises all of humanity. Amala may believe in her heart that she escaped the sadistic, vile sadism of her mother's, leftist ideology, but has she really? She's trying to make a career out of this K plan. I don't think it's going to work. She hasn't had much success so far. She even came out with a new video just yesterday, hyping up how women of color are all seeking white men now. It's just casual. It's just casual extermination. She's just all casual about it. I don't know. First 5 in the live. In at number 1, for real this time. A bitch earned it. Twitwit. In at number 2, the big deuce in the room. Tim Osman. In at number 3, Chris Hayes. Great to have you. In at number 4, Chicken a la King. No, actually, no. In at number 4, Fraser Risk. And in at number 5, Chicken a la King. In at number 6, honorable mention, YouTube. Axis of Evil, yeah. The only ones that aren't part of the plan, right? Part of the program. Chicken a la King. You think CM Punk's heading back to WWE? I hope not, man. I never, ever liked CM Punk. Not even slightly, not in any way, shape, or form. Not even from his Ring of Honor indie days. That guy is fucking garbage. And my girlfriend calls him Twinkle Toes because of the way he moves in the ring. And she's right, dude. He's Twinkle Toes. He went to MMA and got his fucking face beat in. He got his skull beat in MMA. Came back to wrestling. He sucks, man. People say he's great on the mic. He might be, but I don't like him or what he stands for. I don't like his tattoos. I don't like his fucking hair. I don't like his fucking face. I don't like his straight edgeness is cool, but the fact that he just like uses it as a gimmick and everything, it's just so corn dick, bro. That guy, he's Twinkle Toes, bro. I never gave a damn about that guy. And in the ring, He ain't shit, dude. He ain't shit, bro. There's rookies in NXT now that shit all over that guy on his best day. And these are like beginners in NXT. So I don't know. So let's see here. I almost forgot how to. Oh, it's in the invite. Okay, let me do this. Copy. The link has been copied. It'd be nice if Twit and Tim could come in. CM Poser. I mean, it's slow going, guys. Y'all wonder why I don't go live more? Because I don't have nothing to talk about, man. Y'all know what I talk about. You know the fucking shit that fucking pisses me off. You know the shit that makes me want to do a live stream. And I've said it all. I've said all of it already. Let's see if we can get my number one hater, who's also my number one fan, to join. I'm still out here existing. I hope that was the right thing to. Yeah, that's the right link. I'm still out here existing, but it's slow going, man. It's really tough to come out here and do a live stream and keep it interesting. I have video ideas, but then I record them and I realize, damn, man, that's all just going to get taken down immediately by YouTube. There's nothing left for me to fucking say, man. I'm going to have to start a pro wrestling channel and never cuss on it. And then monetize it. And then maybe then I'll get some joy out of YouTube. But I mean, I get joy out of YouTube. Who am I kidding? Let's talk about They Clone Tyrone. So the movie starts off. It starts off, and it's just all this stereotypical ghetto shit. It's on Netflix, this movie. It's a Netflix original, so you know it's going to be propaganda. OJ McBaggins has joined us. OJ McBaggins has joined us. Thomas W. Paine. Yeah, the movie starts off and it's like these characters are in stereotypical ghetto and they're just, being extra ghetto. One's a drug dealer, one's a prostitute, one's a pimp. And they all end up coming together and going underground under the ghetto and finding that there's a factory and it's white people and it's all being headed by a very old black man from the civil rights era who always wanted to K-plan the blacks and whites out of existence and combine them into one race. And the movie is so back and forth. It's like parts of it are just like, holy shit, that is the most white supreme shit I've ever seen in a movie. Like, wow, did they not think that through? Because if you think that through, the logical conclusion to it is that white supreme pizzas, yeah. And then other parts of it are like, black people trying to shame their own people out of eating fried chicken and drinking the orange drank and the gripe drank and all that, and the Kool-Aid and stuff, as if it's some kind of a conspiracy. It's all just a big mesh. They reference 9/11 in the movie. They reference the Berenstein Bears, and they equate all of it, just lump it all into one thing. It's all just conspiracy. So I've seen a bunch of YouTubers, a bunch of like black conspiracy TikTok reaction YouTubers and Hispanic ones talking about, oh, y'all gotta see they clone Tyrone. But I don't even think that they get the message. The message in that movie is saying, it's the same thing as in Get Out. The underlying message is from a place of extreme self-hating white cuck liberalism, and the idea being put forth by the self-hating white cuck liberals is the idea that blacks and whites need to intermingle so that we can not have the racial divide anymore. But the real Margaret Sanger element underneath all of that is the idea that black people are inferior to white people and that they need to mix in with white people so that they can be improved. That's the blatant Margaret Sanger racism behind this K-Plan ideology. And Amala Ekpunobi's mother, I'm not sure which side of the aisle she falls on that one, you know what I'm saying? But the sad part is that her daughter is not some superhuman. Amala's mother's daughter didn't turn out to be some kind of mixed race superhuman with all the best elements of both races or something, because that's just not how it really works. So the only real payoff in the end is to basically breed out both races out of existence. Prison riots only happen when desegregation is made mandatory. Interesting. Good fences make great neighbors. See, and it's just crazy. It's like, okay. It's just crazy, man. Like, I've been bitching about these racial issues since September or August of 2020. I've been bitching about the K-Plan. And it's like, people get upset with me. Oh, VB, why are you just obsessed with that one? Well, obviously there's a fucking agenda here, man. Why is the government, and why is Amala Ekpunobi, and why is Netflix, all of them, why are they just like shoving this idea down the Americans' throats? You gotta mix the races. You have to make a homogenized fucking mixed race of people. It has to be done. It's the only way. The only way to what? The only way to destroy individualism? The only way to make us a cesspool of clones? Just decreasing the value of everybody? The movie talks about how, in the movie there's all these like half white characters and half black where they have white skin but then they have an afro and it's like supposed to be comedy. And then in the end, the main black guy who's trying to destroy his own race or breed out his own race by mixing them with the white race, he's like, the hair is the only thing we could never solve. Everything else we got it down, but the hair is the only thing we couldn't solve. And it's like, I don't know. There's a couple more things in there. It's not just the hair. Okay, and it's just brutal, man. It's like, who are these self-hating blacks? Or are they just going along with white people because a white woman is going to give them some pussy. So they're like, yeah, I'm down with race mixing. Or is it just they just want some pussy? And it's a white woman offering up pussy because she has an agenda, because she's been duped into believing in the K plan. You know what I mean? It's all so fucking grim and disgusting, man. But obviously the agenda is there. Otherwise, why is Netflix, why does the movie Black Adam exist? Get the fuck out of my face, guys. Black Adam. Oh, yeah, okay, inversion. Okay, blatant, obvious truth. Obvious fucking lie. Obvious fucking inversion. Yes, exactly that in the movie. Exactly that. So in the end, after watching, let's say you're a person of color and you're watching They Clone Tyrone. Okay, so the first good bit of the movie is going to be them exposing like, oh, the cocaine is in the fried chicken, it's in the grape drink. Oh, and then you're going to be like, oh, I told you, my nizza. Oh. And then they're going to all sit around and get high and watch it together. And they'll be like, I told you, my nizza. And then that's going to be the first part. And then as the movie goes on, you start to find out that it's all about the government trying to mix the two races together, for political reasons. And so they're going to be like, oh, the person watching is going to be like, oh, that's evil. Why would they do that? But then there's all these arguments that get made and all these little points that get proven throughout the course of the plot, that by the end of it, if you're a brown person, by the end of that movie, you're going to be wanting to interbreed with white people, to breed out your own brownness. Because that's what the movie does. It's super white supremes. It really is. And it's only like that so that the brown people watching, who think they're the smarter ones, that are into conspiracies and stuff, their logical conclusion is going to be handed to them. And that conclusion is, I need to get with a white person. And then we have Amala Ekpanobi out here making videos about, you need to get with the white man. I don't know, man. Can we trust an agenda like that? We know why they want us to do it. We know who the NWO's real enemy is. Distortion of reality. That's the name of the game. Yeah. So the end agenda is the K plan. And of course the K plan sounds great because it's all about love and peace and unity and we're all going to get along. America's melting pot. The movie even talks about how the founding fathers brought black people over and left us with the bill after they died. And how it's never going to work. And then it goes and it shows you black people doing all the stereotypical horrible black people behaviors that everybody despises and everybody knows are completely destroying America, and things that the black people do to themselves, to their own community, that destroy themselves. So then if you're a black person or a brown person watching that, at that point you're like, damn, my race is shitty. My race does suck. Damn, these white people just want to live life and we're over here being fucking nizzas, you know what I'm saying? And ruining everything for everybody, which can be argued that maybe there's some truth to that. So then it's all just to make them want to interbreed. Why does the government want white people and black people and white people and fat Asian girls, Tim Osmond, to interbreed with each other? Why? Why does Tim Osmond's chunky Asian girl with messed up teeth want that white seed so bad, bro? Divide and rule is a military intelligence operation. Divide and conquer. See, they're trying to not divide. They're trying to take away that division by interbreeding. I don't know, man. I would let you on. I would let you on, but that name's stupid, bro. Come on, man. I'm not gonna let you stupidly insult me when we're friends. And when my girlfriend is 10 times hotter than yours was ever gonna be. Come on, Tim. I see someone in there. I think it's Tim, but
What up, Holmes?
what it do, baby boo?
How you doing, man?
So what's up with your fat Asian girlfriend, Tim?
I'm actually single. Have been
Really?
since January, I think. Yeah.
I'm only saying that because you're fucking around so hardcore in my chat, bro. I take it back, okay? I know you don't have a fat Asian girlfriend. I bet she was hot.
Yeah, she was actually.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm all right, man. I got some work done. Feeling like $1,000,000. Feel a
Hmm,
little less white trash.
nice. Yeah, I heard that's can mess up how you speak, and you have to, I don't know, talk differently and stuff.
Oh yeah. I spent a decade in pain because when I went and did a bunch of work like a decade ago, the dentist was a brand new female dentist. It was actually her dad's business that I had been going to for years. And then he retired and she became a dentist. She took over. And I don't think she really knew exactly what she was doing. Like, I don't know if she was really the best or anything. And she put a cap on this one tooth I have and ended up getting this horrible infection. And the tooth looked nice, but really there was an infection brewing in my fucking face meat in my skull for fucking like 12 years that caused constant pain. And my new doctor
Wow.
took care of that real easy and also hooked me up with all kind of other stuff. And it's because I went and I bought this insurance that apparently is like top tier shit. Even though I only pay a very low premium for it, apparently it's top tier. And that dentist is like, yeah, pretty much all this stuff is going to be covered, and you're going to walk out today paying like $100 or something, $170. And I got like,
You might need to. I think they're getting Echo, which is on your side because you're not wearing headphones.
okay, let me do that.
Cool.
Feel free to give my audience some love.
Anyway, as I was saying, I'm kind of surprised that he let me on because we are opening a transvestigation on VB. He could likely quite easily wear wigs at night and go to the local bathhouses looking for, Dr. Anthony Fauci or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's him. He's a newbie streamer. And he's got I'd say like a Ron DeSantis level of energy, or even like a Mike Pence if you ever see him. It's around there.
Who, me?
Oh, what's up, man?
I have Mike Pence energy?
Yeah.
No, man.
And somehow I'm still coming through.
Well, I got headphones in, so I don't know.
Yeah. I checked your stream too. Huh.
Sounds good to me. Have you seen They Clone Tyrone?
No, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a Netflix original, and like all these conspiratards, all of the non-white conspiratards are just like hyped up about it, like it's the best thing ever. So I was like, I gotta watch this shit, bro. And it's just another shallow conspiratard content.
Huh.
But yeah,
So what's your new thing now that you're talking about? Is it black people or something?
nah, it's just I just don't understand why there's this huge agenda by the government and by Amala Ekpanobi and like all these people out here. They're just like the whole thing now is like we gotta make the white people and the black people have babies together.
So when VB is mute yourself real quick. now the echo is gone. So it's not on my side at all. That's the proof. Is it through your, do you have YouTube open or something, the sound, or I don't know?
No, but this did this with Ed too. I don't know, man. You know me, I'm not really that good at this shit, bro. So,
You're not good at much in life, are you?
not really, bro.
I'm just trolling you, bro.
No, it's true though, bro. I mean, I thought I was smart and shit, but like as time rolls on, it's starting to become quite apparent that I'm like essentially fucking useless to society, bro. I've applied to like couple hundred fucking jobs now and I'm fully qualified. They're just like, nah, we don't want you. I don't know if it's because I'm white or I'm just too old, or maybe someone out there is like stalking and telling everybody not to hire me or something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, put yourself on mute every time you stop, probably. It's probably all them Venezuelans coming in, or all the illegals. Are you still in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Are you into politics at all? I know as a conspiracy theorist, you can't really. I know pretty much everyone. I've never met a liberal one. Let's just say that, like a progressive liberal that is all on board about like 9/11 and flat Earth and all that shit. They're all really pretty conservative leaning. So, but they don't want to admit it because it's like, oh, it's a two-party duopoly. It's it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I feel like most people are conservative, and I would say if you were to vote, are you would you go with the Trumpster? Or would you go with your boy there in Florida?
Is my echo canceled? I hit echo cancellation.
Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, that worked.
There. It was you, fucking asshole.
Well, I don't know. Fuck, man. I don't even, I barely ever have guests on. Nobody wants to talk to me. I don't got no fucking friends. Tim, you don't even like me, bro. But I mean, I like you, but nobody likes me, bro. People don't like me, bro.
Dude, I haven't even streamed since, I think, September of 2019. So, well, I mean, I did one like Diablo stream just talking shit about trans stuff, but yeah, I just kind of lost interest in it. I put way too much time into it for not much fruit, I guess, extract in the end. So, but I learned a lot about people. I mean, really, right now you can, I don't know, if you look at the news, pretty much everything's about the conflict over there. And if you, I don't know, if you know the history of the issue and you look into just both sides, their talking points and both sides propaganda and stuff, it's so deafening how much propaganda and bullshit. Oh, there's 40 babies, all this nonsense just continues to flood out, just like with Ukraine. But I was talking to Jed Skeptic, several years ago, right before the whole Trump and Biden thing, and I told him exactly what was going to happen. Gas prices would go through the roof, inflation would go through the roof, we'd get back into wars, and just because that's just what happens when we get like a Biden puppet or a Democrat into office, really. So what would you got to say about all that shit I just said? Sorry.
I mean, Ron DeSantis, like about a year ago on paper, he was looking like the new champion, bro. He was looking like America's savior for a second. But they did this whole Republican, what do they call that? When the Republicans debate just each other.
Convention or whatever, I forget.
Yeah, the RNC. And I guess he flopped and didn't look so good. And then meanwhile, Trump's over there on the one guy's show. He's like, fuck, I'm not going to do the RNC. I'm just going to come on Tucker Carlson's new show and just do my presentation here, which I think that was genius. It looks like he put himself way above and beyond all the other Republicans, by doing that. It was clever. All I know is that when Trump was in office, things were looking up. I felt really good. I mean, money was starting to get better. The economy, gas prices were down, taxes were down. It was nice. And then, Joe Biden comes in and wins the election by 80 million vote, whatever. You know, like, okay. And then the country is fucking falls into shambles over the next 4 years. It's just, how could anyone ever vote for a Democrat ever again?
Yeah, and they were the most restrictive on. I mean, I don't know if I still have PTSD or something about. I don't know, like almost like the boy who cried wolf, talking about all the injections and all these things to people that I cared about in my life, and you know, a lot of them were just like, oh, this is conspiracy pretty much. And I hate now being as right as I was during COVID. And it's amazing the blinders that people have on, not only for, oh no, a health scare or whatever, but also from which side you're on. Like if you can tell which side someone's on and what they believe in, if they're pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli, or if they were pro the mask or pro the injection or whatever. It's become way more evident in the past couple years. And really, I would say, piggyback on what you're saying, yeah, times were a little better depending on how you look at it. I mean, quite a bit better.
As a worker, as an employee, times were a lot better then.
Yeah, I would say for sure. And all Biden has done is basically done these really unconstitutional things, like the whole the rent moratorium, the vax mandate. They continue to do these just fumbles, like trying to forgive student debt and just all these platitudes and empty promises. And I mean, really, I haven't met many people that would, or anybody really, that would say that Biden is in full capacity. He's the one making decisions. It's quite obviously not. I mean, that guy, if you even look just at him talking several years ago, there's a stark difference. He's just an old guy. That's what happens is some earlier than others, but he's just a total puppet. And the amount of 91 felony indictments and stuff for Trump, it's almost like a David versus Goliath. But they're all, I mean, it's obvious that they don't, the power structure or whatever doesn't want him to be able to run again, and they're doing everything that they can. So to a lot of people, I think, who are conspiratorial minded are like, well, yeah, I want to see that guy in, just because there seems to be a force that's trying to not allow him to be back, you know?
And it's a self-destructive force. It's like the powers that be are trying to freaking sewer slide our country. You know what I mean? Just destroy it. They're just going to ship in all these fucking illegals. They're going to make all these fucked up laws. They're going to steal election. I mean, you know what I mean? Why do they want to destroy us so bad, bro? That's the sad part, is that America was kicking ass for all these decades. And then now that it's our turn, it's our generation, we get just the shit end of the stick. You know, we get nothing, and we just get new.
Look, I think our parents' generation and their parents' generation sold out the country. I mean, when we allow as a society for them to print this kind of money and the derivative, the debt-based society, and continue to go down these, we're now $33 trillion in debt. We were sold into this slavery system, unfortunately, by our parents and their parents, by just being naive and just allowing things to happen, like the income tax and all these different we're taxed on taxes and taxed on that tax. And some of those things were supposed to be temporary. So that, we've just been allowed to, since the 70s, pretty much maintain the same amount of money coming in, but everything as far as cost of goods has gone skyrocketed comparatively. So, that makes the woman come out of the womanly roles, the older womanly roles, and get to work and double the tax base, basically. And yeah, there's a lot of dysfunction now because of that, I think, unfortunately.
Yeah, credit card consumerism became the
Yep.
culture.
That.
And then all that debt didn't get paid back to those companies, so then they just keep compounding the interest, and then someone's got to pay for it. And so how do they do that? They make us pay for it by taxing our taxes and making gas prices 5 times what they should be and food prices 5 times what they should be. And you buy meat in the store, it's not even real meat, but it costs $20. Yeah, it's not even real meat
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah,
Some people
it really is to degrade the middle class, and that's what's been happening. I mean, the transfer of wealth that happened over COVID those several years was, the mom and pop shops. Oh, you got to either do all these regulations, jump through hoops, or not even be able to open. But the WalMarts and the Targets and stuff were able to continue. So that's another thing. Like our parents sold us out in the 50s, and their parents were shipping all this stuff to China, like Michigan, Detroit. Like we used to make stuff, and the consumerism of going to Walmart and Amazon has gotten us into this place of just being basically a consumer based society. That's supposedly $33 trillion in debt, but we have like hundreds of bases across hundreds of countries, and it's odd how that works. But what are your feelings on? Do you take any sides as far as the current conflict? Do you do you take any sides on either?
Kinda. Now, when you were talking about you can tell if someone is on the left side or on the right side, depending on which side over there they support,
Yeah.
that's a really gray area because I assume that what you think is that right wingers are going to support Israel and leftists are going to support Palestine. Is that what you were suggesting?
Truthfully, that's one of the more divided topics because on the left, the progressive side is actually more for Palestine. And then just the regular lefties, I would say like the liberals, they would be definitely for Palestine. And then you go to the conservatives and the Lindsey Grahams, many of the conservatives are pro-Israel because Fox News tells them to be.
Yeah.
But then you have your fringe, just like on the progressive side, that's the fringe conspiracy theorist, like conservative, maybe God-fearing person, would be the one to take the Palestinian approach. So that is a weird conundrum that doesn't happen often.
Yeah, that's where I found myself a couple years ago when I was talking to the Islamic girl on my channel. She's obviously anti. Well, I don't know if you could say that word, but she's Muslim. So, and I started to see things like, the only reason a lot of these so-called conservatives in America support Israel is because Israel is the source of the banking, and it's their money. And so, of course, they're just going to support their money lenders. And they say that it's under the premise of protecting the innocent. But there's plenty of groups all around the world that are getting attacked and genocided and all this stuff. And America doesn't give a damn about any of those groups. It's just only Israel gets the special treatment. Only Israel gets all this focus and dedication, and Fox News like hyping them, hyping it up that we got.
Well, they have, AIPAC and they have ADL. They have an unusual, like a grip on America. And there's many politicians, many in high industries everywhere. I mean, that shouldn't be a conspiracy. I think even a lot of pro-Israel places aren't necessarily pro-Zionist. Like I've heard many even rabbis talk the difference. So, and that's kind of the problem there too, is that Israel gets conflated with Zionism as Gaza gets conflated with Hamas. So it's like Hamas attacked us, therefore we're just going to carpet bomb Gaza. And, we're against Zionists, therefore we're just going to go kill a bunch of innocent people who are just Israelis, maybe not even Talmudic or, just regular Jewish people.
Yeah, that are like regular Jewish people that were like at a nightclub dancing and drinking.
Yeah, and then I actually saw some videos, and I'm not really sure what to believe right now. I'm waiting till the chips fall with this stuff because there's so much propaganda on both sides. But I have seen that there was a Israeli contingent within the crowd, several of them at least, I believe, that had weapons, and so those guys landing, these other guys were shooting back within the crowd. Like that's the video that I saw. So I don't know if they were like maliciously targeted on purpose, if they would have just moved on to their mission without that. But yeah, I guess there was some resistance that may or may not have caused them to do what they did, I guess.
People have been accusing, I'm not saying it's true or not, but people have been accusing Israel of doing some flags that are the opposite of true, for years now, to try to instigate something or to have an excuse to go over there and keep expanding their territory into Islamic territory. Because a lot of people,
I feel like it would be a bad timing because they were going to do a deal around Saudi Arabia or UAE. So they were about to do a deal like the next week, like maybe even this week. And that would have definitely, it did throw a monkey wrench in that whole situation, I believe. So, but I'm open to it just because, it's kind of like a 9/11 situation where how much was just like people being complicit and, have this guy not be there or whatever, to where it was able to happen to a certain extent, to then problem, reaction, solution, Hegelian dialectic, then come in and have their final solution, which is to get people riled up about 40 babies and stuff like that, to the extent we were at 9/11 to go and kill ragheads. Because there was a very anti-Muslim sentiment after 9/11 in America. That's just history. And then all of a sudden, everybody's DEI, equity and inclusion kind of stuff, to where you have to basically, if you're not white, you're fucking awesome, basically.
Yeah. So Twitwood says Egypt said they warned Israel because Israel's surrounded on two sides, right?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of in America when every single time it's like, oh, this guy was on the FBI watch list and he was on SSRIs and his mom called him. It's just like all the time there's always this weird plausible deniability. But there's also like multiple crumbs that they'll leave you, to where, you have, on one side, as far as 9/11 goes, you have George Bush with a plunger, knocking down the towers himself, all the way until up until maybe something different happened than what the official story is. Like they give you so many different crumbs, like space weapons and laser beams and all this stuff, to where it's so crowded with mal and disinformation that you don't know what the hell's true at the end of the day. So they'll even put out, even on themselves, bad things to just kind of throw off the scent of really what's happening. I feel that.
Make it look fair, make it look like there is opposition and stuff.
Yeah. Yep, always.
So David Sawyer says it's British Israelism, and that it's not an ethnic J state, but it's an Eastern European cult, the Khazars. Who got a green light to be the substitute power for the Rothschilds' central bank. Sounds like it makes a lot of sense when you say it that way.
I don't know, that whole thing is it really the whole aspect is that we're still fighting over religion. I mean, just plain and simple. We have our holy sites and we have where we want to live, and even though many of countries kicked us out or whatever, and then not only that, but there's like almost this forced You force everyone else to live through your own like self-prescribed prophecies. So 6 million, or the Bible said so. Therefore, we purport it in real life. I feel like that they are making prophecy happen, or like conjuring it almost.
Well,
so go ahead.
I mean, I don't know if you remember my whole Adamic thing that I went through in like 2020. It all just seems to make perfect sense as time passes on. It's just more and more true. I mean, in the Bible, the Jewish people were actually part of the Babylonian Canaan, and then the real Israel, the actual Israel, got sent into captivity. During that captivity, Judaism was created, and it's named Judaism because it's named after the tribe of Judah in the land of Judah. It was basically all this witchcraft and all this stuff. That's what became Judaism. And then that group of people who were like intermingled with the real Israel came back to Israel, and they've been in Israel ever since. And then they claim that they are the real Israelites.
My problem is I think they're almost like there may be some faction of people who are like Marxist or like culture creators in a certain sense, where even just like rap or MTV or creating these cultures to diminish you. And this is kind of what you are talking about, as far as this is part of the Agenda 2030 pretty much kind of plan of shipping a bunch of people all over, and they've been doing this to European countries obviously as well. And it seems like we go and kind of create a disturbance in a place, and then we allow the refugees, or just a blank check pretty much for people anywhere, to start flooding in. And there definitely is, and it's a conspiracy theory, and it's racist or whatever for a white person to say it, like Tucker Carlson did. But the replacement theory is actually something they're doing. Like it's not a conspiracy. And I'm not personally too worried about it. I've been with all types of women of different race and ethnicity and stuff. I haven't mated with any of them, thankfully, but I love variety. I love all things women, but I think there's always going to be that contingency of people who are going to continue the European kind of white Caucasian blood line going. So I'm not too worried about it, truthfully.
Okay.
Not in that sense, but more from an economical sense. Like like what's happening in New York and California and stuff, where taxpayer money is going just out, just being melted, basically. You might as well just throw it in a money pit to house them and all this stuff. That's where I would be more worried about, just crippling the economy.
Definitely. I'm about to add another guest here in just a second. But yeah, man. Like,
are you not smoking bongs anymore?
Nah, I haven't ripped it. Well, I'm on the vape, bro.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, let me do a shout out to old VB. Schlaminger. There we go. Jed, Israel for the win. Uh-oh. This is going to start some controversy, as you might say it.
For the win. Yeah.
How you doing, gentlemen?
It's great to have you on.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, man. I was feeling nostalgic there watching you. I was like, I need to get in this, man. Oh.
So here's the thing. It's an existential crisis, what we're facing right now. Because, yeah, it's fun to fuck around and, smash some black ass or smash some Asian ass. I guess some people are into that. But when it comes to making a family and having a civilization, do you really want this weird mixed tense where people are like, I don't know, it's not my culture, I don't feel right doing this, because certain behaviors and certain attitudes about life and about getting things done in work and life, they're like in your genetics after so many generations. And you start putting this group of people next to this group of people, it don't matter who they are, it's not always going to work. In fact, it's probably rarely ever going to work.
Not always, but it does, because some cultures, like the Asian culture, for say some white men, might seem to be a bit more submissive in a certain sense. Not like slave submissive, but like a woman, kind of like the classical sense of what we used to have as women. Not, we protect them, we take a bullet for them. We're going to have their back 100%. But they also kind of just do more womanly things. And
yeah, they're traditional. They'll cook dinner without griping about it, every day. They'll cook
exactly. Yeah, and that's why I'm afraid of white women at this point, and why I don't date them.
I don't think any of the other races are necessarily any better when it comes to that stuff anymore. I mean, I think black women have lots of attitude. I think Asian women can have lots of attitude.
Dude, I had this South African probably actually in August, and she was around, but she went back to South Africa. But her parents, one of them was from Congo, so she was real black. But within 2 days of her staying at my place, she basically, it felt like we were in a marriage. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Within the second day, I was like, okay. Thankfully, at least to myself, she flew back to South Africa and is having troubles getting back. But
what do you mean?
That place is a shithole, man. South Africa. Why would you?
Oh, it's getting worse. Yeah. Well, she's doing the legit coming and going J1. Yeah.
What did she do to make you feel like it was a marriage? What do you mean by that?
I don't know. Maybe I'm not the biggest fan of the whole how black women do their hair. Let's just say that. I like the wigs and the little hats that they wear at night, stuff like that. Not a big fan of. Yeah. But yeah, it gave me the sense of like we are almost starting this fight within 2 days. Like that's. It wasn't normal, and I guess she was only 21, so that's probably why. They're probably like Twitter, instant gratification, Instagram kind of fucking. And she liked the Kardashians, and right after that, I was like, fucking A. Oh, she liked wrestling too. That was a big thing. I was like, you like fake wrestling, like BB? Fuck that, man.
That's on the slap fighting now, man. Fucking, that's awesome.
I've been watching a little bit of that. Yeah.
Nice.
Some of the guys, though, they clinch and it's like, bro, just take the fucking slap, bro. You have to put your face out there and close your eyes and just take it, bro. You don't get to like wince at the last minute because then the contact is not right. It's bullshit, bro.
It's brutal, man. It's pretty fucking brutal. You'd be surprised.
I'm surprised those guys don't.
Hard they hit. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they don't knock each other's teeth out.
I think they do, man. I've watched some of the sort of underground Polish ones, man. Fucking hell, man. They smash fuck at each other. These Polish guys are huge. Like bodybuilders, man. They walk it. Fuck it. I go into that for a wee while. Dana White brought out a series. What was it called, man? Fucking maybe just slap fights or something, man. But it was no bad, man. It had like the drama of being in the house, like the house where the guys drinking beer, and it's not as good as the UFC, and they were near it, but it was quite entertaining, I've got to say. What you guys slap fuck each other?
There's one pro wrestler, the guy who actually did work with who's the fucking tall boxer that we were always talking about? The white guy that wins everything. The white guy.
Tyson Fury.
Yeah, Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury went up against this guy Braun Strowman, and Braun Strowman in the slap arena is actually a world champion. Have you seen him? I don't. No. His name is like Adam Reyes or something like that. That's his real name. That's what he does with the slap fighting in. And he's fucking, that guy's like 6'8", 350 pounds. Smash, bro. Yeah.
It's fucking
Jed.
Adam Shearer. His name's Adam Shearer.
Jed, I'm interested in maybe you're trolling as far as your name goes, but are you even able to talk about such situations in the country that you live in?
Yeah,
No,
what
really, like we like Scotland's pro-Israel. Kind of, I mean, it's fucking the whole of
Yeah.
Britain is pro-Israel. So
Wow.
I just think it's like a fucking. It's like they're just destroying. I just think they're destroying each other. And they just want. It's a buffer zone. I think Israel's just a buffer zone, man, to stop the that side of the world get any bigger or more powerful. Just every now and again, we just fucking create a few wars, thin the herd, and fucking just keep them in distress. That's the
I
main
kind of feel
goal.
like we're we were training with the Mujahideen. You know, there's rumors of Al Qaeda and ISIS and stuff being supported or even up to created by us. And all of our intervention in these countries as far as bombing and killing random civilians in their house. I feel like all of this leads up to
Hey,
having
what's
more
that
and
fucking
more
noise, bro?
terrorists.
What's that noise?
It's raining that hard, dude.
I was going to say you in the
Holy
toilet, man.
Oh, that's Tim's.
Yeah.
That's Tim, man.
Is it that? That's it. It's like hail or sleep or something.
Okay. Sorry. Continue, Tim.
Oh no, I was pretty much.
But I'll go as far to say is that Israel would probably even fund Hamas just to fire rockets in every area. like I wouldn't even be surprised if Israel fires upon themselves just to fucking blow the strip up. I mean,
That's what a lot of people theorize that
Yeah.
this whole thing is. So
Yeah, I mean, you gotta do something like super atrocious to the people for them to give you the justification for you to go and do horrendous things to people. That it's like a million children or something, like 60% of the population over there. So you have to be. You say Hamas, this terrorist group that lives over here, attacked us, did this thing. So we're just going to indiscriminately pretty much bomb a population of 60% children in a land that is the most densely populated on Earth. That's what, that's the justification you have to do. And it was pretty nasty what they did. I'm not justifying either side. I don't agree with either of them, actually. But at the same time, I do see and I felt like a prisoner in a cage before, where I've wanted to do anything to get out of that cage, and I feel like there's one group there that has that same feeling,
now, if I really wanted to ham up the identity politics side of this whole thing, as a white, non-Catholic but very Christian American man, I could argue that the truly conservative side to take here would be Palestine, because even though it's not the same God, it's a lot closer than what the other side is. The other side is, as far as my religious beliefs go, a complete scam and a complete hoax group of people that have no business claiming ownership of anything that they're claiming ownership of, and they're like one of the worst entities on the face of the planet. So it's tough, like if you really want to say like, oh, you want to fight for the underdog, you want to be conservative, you want to take the side who are at least more faithful to their religion, then I got to go with Palestine. What do you think about that?
I also have we as white people, I feel like at least we get condemned as here's PMARS, careful what he shows you. I don't know if he's allowed here. All right, you accepted him, I guess. You're muted, dude. Go ahead, Jed. You respond to that because I forgot where I was going.
No, I was saying like, from a conservative standpoint, if I want to look at like the religious side of things and stuff, I would have to say, well, I mean, Palestine's the underdog. They're the ones kind of getting screwed here. They were there, and then this country got thrown on top of them. taken. They got their land taken from them, and then the people who are taking the land are, many would argue, and many have argued for centuries, that they're basically a hoax group that doesn't even really have the right to claim what they're claiming about themselves.
I was saying, I was about to go into, as far as white men, we are the patriarchal, we're the racist, or whatever. But over there, I feel like there's one group that is truly supremacist, a racial group of people that claim themselves. It doesn't matter about color, but there's a group over there that's racially based, and they are supremacist, and a lot of them look at us as goy or goyahim. So to basically be cattle, subhuman. So there's that element as well, and they are kind of living that supremacy to a very visual state as far as what they do to Gaza.
Yeah, they got a wall up, and Paul Joseph Watson came out with a video 2 weeks ago talking about, it's funny how Israel can build a wall, but then when America builds a wall, we're racists. But when Israel does it, it's in the name of peace.
Oh, but see, when COVID was happening, or sorry, the Chinese flu, fucking Israel were one of the most totalitarian countries around. You had to have a fucking app to get McDonald's, and for being the chosen people. They were like fucking slaves to this fucking made up flu. North
Korea level shit, right?
They were like an alarm would go off on their phones if they hadn't been fucking jabbed or whatever. They had fucking they were like, I was still walking about. I was still wandering about. Fucking, I never had any vaccines. I was still strolling around when we were meant to be locked in. I felt like I was living fucking. I felt like the chosen people. Because we were I was free. I was fucking walking around and didn't have to take a vaccine. And they were needing fucking McDonald's apps and shit to get into places or travel. Or I mean, they were.
I talked to you though when you were definitely stressed at one point when I spoke to you that you were going to have to get it. So you were definitely feeling the pressure.
I was feeling definitely feeling the pressure. Definitely, everybody was, man, and most people folded to that pressure. You know what I mean, but I never, man. But I did feel the pressure because I felt like it was coming from my work were going to have to ask me because of my job. I go around lots of fucking properties and houses and stuff like that, and I was feeling like I might lose my job over this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean I was going to take the vaccine though. I just felt like I was going to get in an argument with my boss about not taking it and then losing my job. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what they did. They did that on all fronts, many different fronts. As far as even in my family, it was like either it was their job or they wanted to be able to travel, and all of this stuff. And the fine print, like the traveling, for instance, you could see that. Oh, you could just take a test and you could be negative and go and travel. You'd be fine. But the main thing is they would put it out in the news, like, oh, you're going to have to get this thing, and and so everyone felt pressure from different sides. Anyone who's coming into this country had to get it up until I think just a little bit ago, like a couple months ago. So for 2.5 years or whatever it was, you had to be jabbed with whichever one you wanted to, just cocktail it up to even get here as a person visiting or whatever. So.
Officially, yeah, because none of them people running across the fucking river and the border were fucking getting vaxxed.
Oh yeah, those people came over, and the Afghans that came over when the whole Afghanistan disaster when we left, those people came over. They ended up not having them get the vaccine, but they gave them hydroxychloroquine, which is hilarious.
What is that?
It's one of the things that Trump said in the very beginning that might be effective, and then ivermectin as well, which also in a new peer review just came out saying that it's effective. So a lot of the conspiracies over the past couple of years ended up turning to be true within a couple of years, just incredibly.
Don't forget Ron DeSantis in Florida was had stations set up at all these different fairgrounds and other big public places where you could go and you could get that hormone shot treatment that you didn't even need the vax or anything. And that was like official government stuff. And like a lot of people.
The antibodies.
Yeah, the antibody shot or whatever it was. And he did it.
Those were legit, dude.
Yeah.
And then when my parents ended up getting it, because they already got the mRNA transfusion or whatever it is, they had 2 of those. And then when Omicron first came out, they got that supposedly and got super fucking sick. And at that point, dude, in Utah, white people couldn't get those antibodies, the monoclonal antibodies. Only people of color could. They literally did it down to race or
Wow.
dude. So they were turned down, and what was crazy is they were super sick. They made them. They went to the doctor. The doctor said, "Oh, we can test for everything but COVID." Made them go to Walgreens. So they're sick and infectious people going to Walgreens to go and get these tests. They test positive. They come back and they give them fucking Tylenol, dude. Yeah, they like go home and fucking die basically.
Yeah.
That's what they were doing, dude. All those deaths. I mean, most of those deaths were in the hospital. Like it was bad procedure for the most part all around.
Just trying to wipe out the Mormons and shit.
I think the part of it is to help with our crippling like Medicare, like just get rid of the old people a lot of times.
Yeah.
Because they're crippling the economy as well, obviously.
Well, all this, I got to throw a disclaimer. All this is allegedly because I had a stream taken down from like 2 years ago. Said something about COVID or misinformation.
Oh, you can talk about it now. Yeah, all the live streamers say that. Yeah, you can.
So
and I even tried not even to say it. So
yeah, okay.
But P-Mars, you there, buddy? He looks like he's aged 10 years, dude.
His beard's grey, man.
Potatoes or something?
He's like Santa.
He must be getting all the pussy now.
He's a couple of years older than me, man.
He must be getting all the pussy now, and he's
just nice and slim, though. He's nice and slim.
Fighting off all the girls.
What's up, P-Mars? You still in Minnesota? That ceiling looks like your head's about to hit on it.
You're on mute, P-Mars.
He's a big motherfucker, P-Mars is. I think he's got that Minnesota potato internet or something. I don't know. He's all froze up.
Yeah. Let's kick him from the studio.
You need to work on those traps, P-Mars, man. Fuck's sake.
If he wants to join, he'll try again, but yeah.
Is he still on his Christian crusade?
Is that what he's doing? I haven't heard from him in years, man.
The last time I heard him, he was just going around the whole, he was Bibling it up to the max, like.
Wow. Bible Mars.
And I think he believes it. I do. I think he believes it. Like literally. No allegorically or metaphorically. He literally believes it.
I'm just in such a fucked up. Go ahead, Tim.
No, I was going to say I'm happy for him. I think conservatism, religion, and conspiracy are like a Venn diagram, and
there's no such thing here. See, conservatism. Our leading party in Britain, well, in England and Britain, is the Conservatives, and they're meant to be like a Republican, kind of like the American Republicans are meant to be right wing. You've never seen so many blacks, Asians in one fucking party, man. It's the most multicultural party. It's fucking.
My phone overheated, man. Jed's too hot.
What's up, Mars? I haven't talked to you in years. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I've been hanging out with Darth Dawkins and Duncan.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I like Dawkins, but you think he has good argumentation?
Yeah, I've been studying the Precept apologetic. I think it's pretty solid.
Oh boy, that's
You're
cool.
studying the what?
Precept apologetics.
What's that?
It's a argument that just totally shits on atheists, and it's hilarious because they get like butthurt. They think they're like
Why
so
don't
fucking
you?
smart and shit.
Have you ever talked to Jay Dyer before?
I don't really like Jay Dyer, but I've been watching some of his videos.
It'd be interesting to see, like, from like, he's more orthodox, obviously.
Yeah, he runs the
But-
same argument.
Is it the same? What? Let's see, Dawkins. He's
I mean,
got like
Darth-
this whole.
Darth does it differently.
You can listen to all of his debates and basically just write out, because either question, when he asks you a question, whatever answer that you're going to give him, yes or no, is he's got you right in his
Yeah.
head at least. So you're debating someone that, like, I don't know, but I've been following him for years, man. He's great. I think he's comic relief in my life, truthfully.
What? You know, I mean, he's pretty knowledgeable about, like, he's read a lot of books and he knows a lot about conspiracy shit as well.
Is
I
he conspiratard woke?
He's read, like, you know, Quigley and
Oh wow, Carol Quigley.
yeah, he's read like all those. I don't know. He reads a lot. I think he's pretty smart.
Tragedy and Hope. That's a tough one to get through. That's for sure.
But like, I don't know. I'm always suspicious of these like influencer types. So I don't really.
I'd
I
go
wouldn't
with
really
I would
trust-
go with a Kent Hovind.
Yeah,
What do you think of him?
that guy's fucking weirdo, man.
Dinosaur Adventureland. Don't you think humans walk with dinosaurs hand in hand?
Hand in hand.
I don't know. I don't believe what science says. They say like, oh, the Earth is like 4 billion years old, and the only reason they say that is so evolution can sort of make sense. So it's
it's really tough because you have these science believers, and they don't want to be called believers. But this is really tough for me too, because our instrumentation continues to get better and better, and we must look throughout history and see what they were thinking as scientific fact. And so a lot of scientific facts were just proven by getting better and better equipment, measuring equipment, whatever it may be. So I think they have approximations and certain ideas of things, but the people who are the scientists and believers and followers, they think that they have like the absolute truth, but they don't really understand, like if they were in Galileo's time or something like that, thinking they had the absolute truth of the day, they would be, in our opinion, in the future from that, quite wrong. So it's tough because they really do believe that they have this real, I mean, how old's the universe? Oh, it's 13, it's always these just rattling off from a textbook kind of thing.
Well, why don't you guys
But-
fucking roast me? How painful was it to watch that first hour of me talking about the shit I was just talking about today?
It was terrible. Most people that I was talking to were either thinking that you were trans, homosexual, or, different things, dude. I actually lost the plot. Like, I have a very hard, maybe ADHD, slightly autistic kind of tendency now. So I was just lost, bro, truthfully. I couldn't recite anything you were saying.
It was well written.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's just no passion.
There wasn't, right?
It was Mike Pence level, bro.
Oh man. But there's
Like with the fly on his head. That
Damn.
level.
There's been times though, even in my recent live streams, where I have had some passion and I've been able to be off the cuff, and I get a little heat shit. But
I lost. I actually haven't drank in over 2.5 years, so a lot of my crazy fucking antics were actually from like being a wild alcoholic, basically.
I've been in the politics Discord server, and like they made a fucking flat Earth room, and that shit, like, it's like the hottest chat in the politics server now. I can't believe it. But
Yeah,
I
it's
want
so
Twi-
divisive.
I want P Mars's take on my first hour today. Did it
I
suck?
just got here, so I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I know it was painful. I know it was like,
What
oh
were you talking about? Israel or some shit?
no, I was talking about the K plan and Amala Ekpanobi and all this shit.
I have no K. I don't even know what the K plan is.
The Kalergi plan.
Still not. Still don't know what the fuck that is.
The
Calergy plan?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You should know that, Mars. You're into all that shit.
I don't know. Lately, I've just been into like learning about the Bible and shit, and because like the way I see it is like this: humans are fucked. Like humans are never gonna fix shit, and our only hope is in God.
Also,
What if it's a false hope, though? Like, what if it gives you the answer that you shouldn't be looking for?
I mean, that's what I used to think. Like, I thought Christianity was just like some state religion or something that they use to control people, but now I realize it's actually really badass and it's subversive and it's like anti-authoritarian and fucking but it did get co-opted by the state. But that isn't the original Christianity was badass. It was about like freedom and shit. And like when you read the shit Jesus says, he's fucking right, man. Like you can't disagree with Jesus. He's a badass.
That's the hard part. I mean, that's the hard part for a lot of people. They don't realize that the actual words that are listed, they're usually listed in red in a good Bible. It'll be Jesus' actual words. It'll be in red. If you just read that, it's just truth bomb after truth bomb. Every single person on the face of the planet has to agree with every single word of it. There's no way around any of it. So
He gives you a plan actually to like resist this tyranny and shit, and it's about like pacifism and nonviolence. Because you see what happens when like Hamas does this shit. Like people should be sympathetic to the Palestinians because they're being treated like shit by the Israelis, but then when they go and do like violent shit, now the world's gonna like side with Israel. So it's like the way to fight oppression is just to like let them oppress the shit out of you. Yeah.
that conflict over there is all about framing. It's all about the way that it's perceived by the West. And the West is the one that's going to be the big brother and come in and do all the actual physical military action for them. We've always had their back. We're their big, tough, older brother that comes in and lays the smackdown for them. And so the way it's framed to the world is, oh, here's these Hamas and they're doing all. Well, in reality, some people could argue, I'm not saying this is true or not, but some people could say Hamas is just this innocent little state that doesn't have much money and they're just trying to peacefully exist. And there's this evil empire that's encroaching on their fucking territory.
Yeah, Jesus was saying like if they ask you to walk a mile, walk 2 miles carrying their shit. And it's just like you just make the oppressors look like shit by not being violent, loving them, and going the extra mile, and just it highlights how you're being treated like shit, and then people will become sympathetic to you, as opposed to like now no one's gonna have sympathy for Palestine because of what Hamas did. So
and what is Hamas really? It makes you wonder, what is Hamas really?
We probably know like both sides are controlled, right? Like that Hamas, what they did, it helped Israel in the long run. So
yeah, but you never know, because things just like COVID, things backfire. Maybe the backfire would be that they do in the court of public opinion, as some people say, go a little bit too far. And there's videos, and there's circulating many children and all this kind of stuff that this indiscriminate kind of carpet bombing they do has done, because they just haven't had the reach, as they don't have like an AIPAC level kind of authority to move the public opinion over here, because everyone's like, oh, it's the great. I mean, Fox News is like they never have anything to say besides it's like the greatest democracy in the Middle East, and we need them. They're our greatest ally in the Middle East, is what they say. And I don't know. We give them billions and billions of dollars, and I'm not really sure. I feel like I get more disrespect about the whole situation, having to hear about, yearly or bi-yearly or just all the time. Everyone always bringing up what happened in the 40s, all the time. We don't talk about the Armenian genocide or any other that happened throughout history, but there's just this certain, just reminding everyone all the time. It's the boy who cried wolf at this point. It's gotten tiresome at least. I mean, is there anyone who's pro Israel really here? You guys?
I'm pro neither.
It's hard
man.
to be.
I'm pro neither.
Yeah.
I'm not, it's not
Yeah.
fucking. It's nothing to do with me, man.
But also, like, could you be pro the innocent Palestinian children? Could you be pro that?
Of course,
Yeah.
I'm pro humanity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want to see humans suffering, man. In any race, especially kids. You know what I mean? You don't want to see that. Doesn't matter. That's when you know you're not a racist. When you see other races and you actually feel for their suffering. Can you see the black Africans starving, or you see the Palestinian kids getting blown up? Can you feel for them? You do, and that's when you know you're not racist, man. You didn't want any harm in these people.
Good point. That's
Just
why
when
it's all that more frustrating when it feels like we are kind of pointed out to be the people who are racist. And then I'm thinking about places like Japan and their thoughts of, say, black people, or just anywhere else, dude.
China.
Like
China.
we're some of the Western countries are the most tolerant places ever, and they had our parents basically raise us as such, and it continues. But this, I think it's a total backfire. Like when you continue to be just put in quote unquote your place with white privilege and DEI, you can't get this job because you don't qualify because of skin color and stuff. I just think it's like this weird reverse racism that's happening on the backs mostly of white people.
I saw a study, not that I believe in studies or anything, but it was saying that people discriminate more based on politics, like far, far more than they do on race or color.
Interesting.
And if that's true, then racism isn't a big deal, I would say.
Maybe that's true up north, but in the dirty ass South where I live, racial differences are straight up based on skin color. Or like the
well, no, he's not saying racial. Of course, racial differences are based on skin color.
That came out wrong. I mean, the attitudes towards the different races are visual. It's like, oh, you're white, I don't like you. Like you could see.
Dude, I live in Utah, so when I travel to something, it's less than 1% blacks. So when I travel elsewhere, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I am in like the whitest fucking area in the United States. That makes sense.
And
because you go anywhere else, and they're everywhere, dude.
And in Orlando,
I have no problem with anyone.
And in Orlando especially, there's a very large, very fast-growing anti-white sentiment from the Hispanic community, which is like exploding fucking exponentially. It's like off the charts. Their population is just like egregiously fucking over-exploding. And a lot of them are like, as a customer that you'll interact with or as someone in traffic, they see you, they look at you, they see you're white, they'll do some evil shit to you. They'll like cut you off, or they'll come up and they'll just try to say something rude. Like it's just brutal, dude. It's like,
I think there is a Latin invasion of this country, because
I was going to say,
thing.
What do you think about the Latin? Because they fuckers breed. They fuckers breed.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, and they don't like. I don't want to get too stereotypical. But one thing is you go to different stores, even in my white land over here, my white supremacist land, and I swear it feels like a fucking different country, dude. You look around, and the white women you do see are like 200-300 pounds with their midriff showing, and then you see basically the families of all. I mean, it's like literally in like Latin America. I feel like where I go to these places. So maybe I'll need to go to Whole Foods more or something. I don't know, but seriously,
it's not some amazing,
white utopia.
White utopia, basically. It's not that '88 vision.
European Europe 2.0. Yeah.
It's
No,
not that.
dude.
No, that's sad, bro. That's sad.
Well, the nicer areas like where I live and the nicer areas where I visit and stuff are definitely like 95%. But I really don't care. What I want to see is just civilized people. You know, that's really all I care about. And that goes for any race, dude, or nationality or creed. Like if you're
That's
uncivilized, if you do like steal or do just common sense shit, like I don't want to be around you. Period.
hip hop culture, bro. Is the problem.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems there is in America for the black community is that
No,
they think
no,
it's
that
cool
affects
with
no.
these
That's right.
lyrics, dude. Well,
No,
yeah,
it
I know
affects
more
everyone.
white people. I know more white people listen to it, but
But
white kids especially.
even the effect that hip hop culture has on non-whites, even that itself has massive impact on white lives.
Well, of course, because it trickles down into being a thug or thinking that, killing people or, killing cops or doing drugs or fucking bitches or whatever they're talking about. Any of those five is basically in every single song with a cool beat. That's what sucks is I like the beats, but they're talking about just such depravity. Like you could be so much more clever with what you do, but the mainstream stuff is all super depraved shit. So
Oh yeah.
it just is.
And there's these mythical 90s positive rappers from the 90s that existed, but they're long gone and that genre is pretty much dead now. You know?
Definitely.
You've noticed an advertisement over here, on the TV or even on YouTube channels, man. It's now a spot the white man. It's like, there's a token white guy. Like you see the white guy in the background. They're like, fucking, we're now the token. Kind of like,
and he's the idiot too. He's the dumb one.
Aye.
It's all multiculti. Yeah, all of the commercials are multicultural. It's gotten to an extent that it's like a caricature of what they probably wanted, like a cartoon level, at least in everyone's mind, to where it's going to be ineffective in that it's like, we don't put up with that shit. It's fucking bullshit.
Now,
that's what I feel like.
A lot of times we're starting to see a lot more white men who fit into that TV sitcom dopey, I'm just the dopey nice white guy who's totally docile. I'm never going to give you any problems. I'm just going to go with the flow, and we're going to glamorize your non-whiteness as if you're like holy and I'm just trash. Those guys are existing a lot more now in the real world.
Yeah, they're all soyed out, man.
They're all soyed out, and they've been instructed on how to look and how to talk. And they even have like the whole look and the way they speak. It's all an act. It's all a big LARP, and they like fulfill it just so they can fit in because they're so scared to just be a white guy or something. I don't know.
I would feel weird if I was a black person with all this happening, because see if I went to like an African country and just say maybe a few hundred Scotsmen went to Africa and suddenly every advert had a Scotsman in it with a black like woman, I'd be like, what the fuck are they trying to do here? You know what I mean? Like, are they, because I know I'm the minority here, so why are they all overrepresenting me? There's something going on here. And I didn't know why the black people are saying, what are they fucking doing here? Do they try and make white guys hate us, or what the fuck are they doing with these adverts? Because it's all redheaded women and black guys in the fucking at the dinner table, or
it's like they demand tolerance at the barrel of a gun. It's like put up this flag, or whatever, this 2SL GBTQI83 plus or whatever it is.
Matt flag, bro. Matt.
That's what we're getting to, dude. Just meld it all together, put it into minor attracted persons map. Exactly.
That's more worrying. That's more worrying than the race stuff, I think. This whole we're here, we're queer, we're coming after your children shit. That's more worrying than the whole race, the fucking race stuff.
Dude, my problem is that everyone's hoaxing us. And let me, even just with that example right there, I'll say, is that either conservative media pick something up and they turn it into something and make you think a certain way, or the liberal media will pick something up and turn it a different way even. But in that case, there was a small amount of people that were saying that, basically. Very, very small, like maybe 20 or something at a very secluded place in wherever, Portland or something. And so the conservative media will blow that like they had these memes. Like I don't know if you saw the country singer not too long ago, but that turned into a conservative meme. You know, just like everything else. I swear, every single day or every other day, there's some other new meme or something that we got to be worried about or whatever. And people are just literally jacked into this, no matter what. If you're on Instagram or Twitter or whatever, you're just jacked into this. I mean, matrix for lack of a better term. I don't know.
Let me comment on that real quick. Yeah, it's like this whole thing with you know, what's that stupid shit, The Secret, where you're supposed to like mantra whatever you want so much and then it like manifests into reality. It's like that's what they're trying to do with all this, like showing these adverts with these people that are being overrepresented in all these weird scenarios, and they're acting as if the non-white population has already long taken over and that they're the big dogs now, you know, and it's all of society is based on them when they're still a total minority for now. And it's like they're trying to do The Secret. They're just trying to push it out there so much that just people just start believing it. And then now that everyone's all up, you know, got TikTok up their ass and that's what's coming through, then yeah, they might just get their result just by repeating a lie.
I guess to play devil's advocate, I could say that, you know, on a world population, I think we're a minority as far as about,
we are
13%.
Yeah.
So perhaps they're, you know, you could say that the advertisers are trying to, you know, appeal to a more worldly audience. If you wanted to try to argue that, I guess.
In this movie, they clone Tyrone. The white people underground that are trying to mix the races together in a lab to make a future race. They're like, the future is black, or what future is, you know, whatever they say.
Right, I'm going to be devil's advocate here. What if they have to mix the races because the genes are getting too fucking pure? Kind of like pedigree dogs, kind of.
No way,
they're
bro.
too pedigree, man.
No
But
way.
they start getting diseases and shit like that. So you need to mix them to get the best of both worlds, kind of.
No, man. You think that they're...
It's interesting.
Nah, white population is way too big and way too diverse now in itself to...
But
Well, I'd say, yeah, there's definitely a high amount of diversity. You could argue like within your family or within a family, if they were to breed, there'd be problems. And if you kind of extrapolate it out from that, like how many generations would it take for just this European kind of Caucasian or whatever you want to call them people to start to, you know, maybe degrade their DNA a bit. And truthfully, I think fucking if I could, I'd get a skin upgrade, bro. I'd be like, hey, I want some of that fucking Latin skin, man. Or, you know, like mix a little bit of that caramel with some of that black in me. Because truthfully, as a white person, I know, you know, VB, like our skin is inferior to other races' skin.
As far as
being out in the what
nature.
God gave us. Yeah. Like literally you have to put this fucking iron oxide or whatever on you to try to not get burnt to a fucking lobster crisp, bro. Like, come on.
because you guys aren't meant to be over there. You guys are meant to be in Europe, man.
See, I was just going to say that. We're meant to be in Europe where the sun is not destroying our skin like that, though.
And your hair. Because the sun
Maybe
destroys
like
your hair
Portland.
as well, your follicles.
I live in like a desert up in the mountains, basically, dude. So
I know, that's like
yeah.
not your
Low
area. Naturally.
humidity. Yeah. That's funny.
So Jed just debunked that argument. But no, I mean, I know what you mean. For as far as usefulness and tactical ability to be outside, yeah, I guess you could if you had like Latin.
That's a big part of being human, dude. And maybe we don't as much get outside as we'd probably like to, or as much as we should. But you know, I think it's always kind of a grass is always greener, because even my ex-girlfriend would stay in the shade when we were outside because as an Asian, she didn't want to become darker. Like a lot of Filipinos, a lot of Asians will try to look whiter because it's more attractive. Yeah, in their culture. So we, as white people, will try to get more tan to look, quote unquote, look more attractive to people. So it's kind of a grass is always greener thing, you know?
You don't think it's just that? Well, I guess you're right, man. I guess other people aspire to look white, and whites are aspiring to look ethnic.
They have soaps, they have lotions that have like literally bleach in it that they put on.
We used to do that shit back in the medieval times. The Brits, we used to fucking put white powder on the men on their faces. And themselves like,
Because they're a bunch of trans like BB, weren't they?
The wigs.
I mean, they're
The
putting
wigs.
on the wigs. Yeah. They're a bunch of lady boys, bro. They were bending over at the end of the Constitution, all that shit, man.
Yeah, colorism, man, that should exist in the Black community, in the Hispanic community, and definitely in the Asian community, because the Asians, it came back to, oh, were you working in rice fields? Are you poor? You have to work outside in the sun because you're poor.
Yep, even the Indians, the darker, you would almost say, wow, that looks like a black Indian. Like the lighter Indians, like they don't get along. Like they pick on each other. They're racist towards each other and shit. So,
and it's okay in those countries, but for white people, it's not okay. And that's what differentiates white people. And it takes away a little bit from the grass is always greener argument, a little bit, because it's like maybe whites are the only ones that are compassionate enough to want to be self-hating white cucks and let all the immigrants in and let all the hip hop culture destroy everything that's awesome about white life and shit. You know, it's like sewer slide of the white culture. I just don't get it, bro.
There was an effort put into these people's heads, mostly liberals, with all this new teaching and all this new rhetoric that they have about the trans issue and the white fragility issue that happened a few years ago. And that really has, it's trickled up, because a lot of the elite kind of education systems and all this, that's where they're trying to teach the kids this kind of shit. And what's interesting is like some people argue on the religious side about like separation of church and state as far as not teaching the church in schools, which is interesting because if you look at it kind of as through the scientism spectrum, you could see that maybe the state is, you know, teaching us through textbook and stuff, like 9/11 happened by box cutter people, and the earth is 5 billion years old or whatever. You know, it seems like doctrine nonetheless, or more so, moreover, because it's like, we're giving you the truth of the world. This is the old truth. You're not really allowed to talk about it here. But we got some truths for you, basically.
But going back to what P. Mars says about the whole race thing as well, like we've had a lot of Polish people and a lot of Ukrainians and people are still moaning about the same things that you'd moan about if it was brown people, kind of like the lack of jobs, the lack of housing, things like that. I mean, these people are white. So it doesn't matter about the skin color. It's like, it's economic as well. It's like, is there enough houses? Is there enough jobs? And this is how you start resenting the other side and the different people.
Just like in New York, which is highly liberal, there's actually a lot of like at city council and stuff, a lot of black people going in and complaining about all of the Venezuelan immigrants and all the, you know, just like what you said over there. So, yeah, it takes the community, and the community that has been there, no matter the color, will see the effect on the community and come and stand up, thankfully, no matter the color. It's kind of, we give them a free ticket over here. It's kind of like just cross the border, come on over. And I mean, to the tune of, I think, 10 million, I think, since Biden has gotten in office. And if you think about 340, 350 or whatever it is, million Americans, and every several years you're shipping in several million people. That's why when I go to the store, when I travel, this doesn't look like the country that I grew up in. It truly doesn't, man. And I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing at all, but it really doesn't. It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't smell like it. It just doesn't look like it, you know.
Like I was saying earlier, we're at an existential crossroads. It's like, if you exterminate whitey, then there's not going to be all this shit that is like the shit that people aspire to, because everyone aspires to be like whitey. They want to be around whitey. They come to whitey's countries. Everyone loves whitey, but then they're also sewer sliding whiteiness on the whole. So where's this all going to end up? That's the big question. I don't even understand their end game, because it's like when
they hit on whitey and men.
No,
but those are the
It's almost the same thing
Go
as
ahead.
like when an extreme liberal moves from California to Texas and then votes Texas into a fucking liberal shithole.
Yeah.
It's almost the same kind of a thing.
Yeah. And I mean, it really, if you look at the statistics, just white men in general are like the inventors of, I think, over 90% of the things that that we kind of get to enjoy in our lifetime.
And that comes from
That's
that
where
com-
civilized culture comes from. That's
But
where
the-
a lot of this stuff where people, thrive to come in, but their culture is different. And so they bring their different culture with them. And it does dilute and it does distort our culture, even though that we are the people who allow, we're an immigrant country or whatever. Yeah, but I mean, you're getting people from that don't even know what a toilet is, almost. So
See,
what good? I don't know. Go ahead.
a lot of these great developments from Whitey past, they happen because of our cultural insulation that we were able to enjoy for all those centuries. Wouldn't you agree? Like the technology and stuff, it was able to flourish because of our cultural insulation, because of the fact that Chinese people lived in China, Africans lived in
We
Africa.
weren't necessarily, however you want to think that the Africans got here initially. The slavery style Africans, if you think a boat or they were already here, whichever one you believe. We definitely were
medieval stuff,
we
pre-America.
definitely were. Okay. Yeah. I mean, most of that, I don't know. I know Disney likes to make everybody, Ariel and everybody black, but I don't know if you could make a medieval movie where it was just a bunch of, like, you could make it as multicultural for medieval. I don't know.
Oh, that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do now with Disney. They're trying to mix everything up.
Oh, yeah. Everything too.
Look at Lord of the Rings, man. It's got fucking all these black dwarfs running about. Like, what the fuck's this? The fuck?
Oh, you're racist. You're racist.
No, it's just it's fucking it's based on European sort of culture. The Tolkien stuff. You know what I mean? It's about European stuff.
It's fantasy. That's their out. Is that it's fantasy?
Didn't they only make them the dwarves though, or something? Isn't that it?
I think one of the elves was a black guy.
Yeah.
Where did that
man.
gene come in their gene pool out of nowhere all of a sudden? It doesn't make sense. Even
They still gave him blue eyes. They still gave him blue eyes, like a black guy with blue eyes. It's like
So, I mean, on the whole, we're all really frustrated with the way things are going because it just doesn't make sense. It's like they want Whitey to fucking share everything to the point where Whitey don't have nothing left, right? Is that what it feels like to you guys? I don't know.
it's almost becoming cartoonish because they're ramming it so hard and everything now. It's almost becoming like a meme, kind of like this whole get rid of the whitey. Kind of it's almost becoming a joke now and so obvious. Like that's what I'm saying. I didn't get why the black people didn't go, what the fuck's going on here? Kind of like we are totally overrepresented in everything here, movies, fucking everything. What is going on here?
There might be a group of black people that come out on social media and start taking that stance pretty soon.
Oh, there is.
It's funny. It's funny too is not only will they do that, or are they doing that, but like if say some black dude like kills a bunch of people or whatever in the news, they'll blur his face out, or they'll sit but when it's a white dude, it's like, oh, this white guy, he's a Trumper, he's a fucking fascist or whatever they can attach to him, but they literally go out of their way not to talk about the black violence, and even it's like a cliche or like a taboo to bring up crime statistics.
Mm-hmm.
And some people say that it's around 13% of the population that they make up, but they do around 60% of the homicides and violent rape and things like that. So of the whole, right? Not like per capita, but of the whole.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, none of this really surprises me when you have a bunch of baby daddies, baby mamas rather, around here, and poor education and just poor mentality is bred into them here in America, unfortunately. Because, like I said, I had a girlfriend from South Africa. Her whole mindset was completely different. It's like talking to a completely different person than American blacks, who, for the most part, or for a large part, let's say, are of the gangster kind of thug mentality, walking around calling each other N-words all the time. You know, well, that wasn't something that just coalesced between them. Like they used to, in America in the 50s and stuff, have very good men staying in the home, children that were education was great. I mean, even during Jim Crow, they were doing better during Jim Crow times. Some may argue under slavery times than they are right now. And that is a total cultural Marxist kind of thing that came in with the rap culture and the whole black culture that followed.
Shit is getting crazy. Like, in politics, like I'm getting in trouble for stuff that's not even racist. Like, the atheists keep niggling me, so I changed my name to Atheist Niggler. And they're like, "That's racist. That's a loophole for racism." And they won't let me have that they put me in a holding cell and shit. And like, I don't have access to the server now because I'm not gonna change my fucking name because the word niggler is not fucking racist. It's the perfect word to describe the atheist. It's someone who like criticizes in a petty way and they focuses on unimportant details, which is exactly what the atheists do.
They've beaten it into us, like even saying the word reneg, which is an actual
like
word
any word with nig in it or something is racist now. Like, what the fuck is this? That's stupid.
It's right up there with even just saying the word Jew, which shouldn't be a bad word at all. It's just Judaism and the whole religion that surrounds it. A person who is a believer of such.
Policing words is insane because you can just like ascribe any meaning to any word. So like if they ban a word, you just come up with a new word with the same meaning. It's the same fucking shit. This is just ridiculous.
That's what the cultural Marxist does. Change words, re-examine new meanings, just like the whole gender bender ideology that's happening right now. Like that is one of the most, I mean, COVID happened. That was pretty crazy, guys. But if you really think about pushing these ideas on kids, it's like, I don't even have kids. And I feel almost blessed in a certain sense to seem like, growing up in the 90s, I feel like I was left alone about that kind of stuff and came into my own thing. I could have been gay. I could have been anything, whatever. But I came into it on my own, I feel like. But these days, with the internet so accessible, and what they're trying to teach people with some of these books and stuff in the libraries that they're banning here in America, I can't imagine a society that praises mental illness. That sounds like to me a sick society where we prop up people who to like maybe 7 years ago we'd call it gender dysmorphia, kind of like a psychological thing, but now we are to a certain extent supposed to not only accept them but also be pressured into conforming to that base axiom that we all have of when we grew, we know what a boy is and we know what a girl is. Like that is one of the most base axioms that they tried to hack into, I think.
Ray Dyer talked about this, how in our culture or whatever society that being oppressed is like virtuous. So you get like social credit by like talking about how oppressed you are or how bad you got it or whatever.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? The more oppressed you are. And what's funny is I've always made the joke that like, when are they going to say like, when is the Ginger Lives Matter meme going to come up? Like when is that going to happen? Because I've gotten so much shit throughout my life for having red hair, and I feel like I am in the
Firecrotch
oppression, like the dugout. I'm in the oppression dugout, dude. I'm waiting, man. One of these days, me and Jed, bro. I feel like
the
we've been
redheads
so
are the real
oppressed.
minorities of the world, man. The redheads
Yep.
are like 2% of the
Literally.
population.
Yep. Is it that? I wonder if it's less because
2%, man. There's more
'cause if
redheads
we're
in America than
13%.
anywhere in the world. Like Ireland and
Wow.
Scotland with the highest concentration, but in America there's more redheads than anywhere else. There's millions of them.
2% of white people or 2% of the population? Because I bet
2% of the world, 2% of the world's population have got red hair.
Wow. Okay. Or the gene for it, maybe. Huh.
So they're the real minorities. You're the real minority, man. My son. I'm like a day walker ginger. I go ginger in the sun, and then when I come into the shade, I go dark again.
Yeah, you got Auburn going. That's nice.
Aye. I've got the
Most of us changed because mine used to be fire red, and it's definitely not that anymore. Mine is more of a strawberry blonde. Yours went to the. Were you a fire red, Jed?
I was like an auburn. I was more like an auburny. I was never
Really?
I was never a redhead, man. I'm like my son's a proper redhead, like yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
Yeah,
I have
you know
got the
it's
red genetics. Like in the sunshine, my hair goes gold and my beard goes like a gold color. And like fucking, I've not got black hair. Put it that way.
Your son's mother, is she ginger? No.
No.
So
No.
she must have had some dormant gene, and you had a dormant gene. And
She's darker than me. She's got like black sort of. She's got like black.
wow.
Yeah. Well,
And
not
he's
black, but really dark brown to the point it looks black.
Yeah.
So he's a throwback.
When I was a kid, up until I was probably 10 or 12, my hair was white blonde, super straight. Yeah. And then as it got older, it just.
Were you like the guy in Powder? Did you ever watch that movie?
I had some blonde hair. I'll tell you that.
I watched Powder with my redhead friend, and I was like, "We should make a movie about you called Freckle."
Nice. Oh shit! Hey, it gives us some tan look at least. That's what's nice about him. Not so white with the freckles.
Dude, he was.
But
like
I'm the true indigenous guy in this room, man. My genetics, and I'm on the same land where I fucking. These are all foreigners, man, in fucking foreign lands. You know what I mean?
Jed's
Complaining about other foreigners. I'm the real and Aboriginal here, man.
Yeah. Jed's
I'm a fucking Aboriginal.
A dying breed with what they're importing.
Definitely, mate.
Hey Jed, do you believe in God?
I didn't not believe in him.
It's agnostic, basically.
Aye. I'm not an atheist, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, same.
Are you guys only in the StreamYard, or can you see the YouTube feed?
I can see the. Well, if I hit the chat button, I can see the.
I'm on my computer because my phone overheated. I have like a fucking iPhone 7.
Oh.
So it kind of sucks.
I'm just, because you guys can't see what comments I'm putting on the board because you're only in the StreamYard, right?
No, I can see Twitwit's one.
Oh, okay. You can see that. What's your take on that?
Brunettes or redheads too.
What's your
It probably is. It's like a mix. It's probably like to be brunette, you kind of have to have some red in there to have that tone.
You think brunetteness comes from blondness?
Dude,
you think brunetteness
YouTube
comes from black
censored
hair?
YouTube censored this comment. I had to switch to live chat. When I was on top chat, it wasn't showing this comment. What the fuck? Dude, the censorship on YouTube is so bad. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
I don't think you can type whore anymore either. Let me try.
You can't put the Scotland flag up. It just turns black, like a black fucking flag. You can't like go, hey, Scotland.
Just turns into a Ukraine flag. LGBT. Both of them.
God.
It won't let me say whore. I probably have to say sex worker. So they're gonna have to reach.
Not only does it censor you, it just gives what it wants to purport to everyone else.
No, I can say sex worker, but not whore. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's the difference? I don't
What
know.
about harlot? HARLOT. That's an old school way of saying it. Harlot works.
Look at Jed's
Yeah,
beard.
Harlot
Holy
works.
shit.
Just gotta start talking in old English to everyone in the chat.
Yeah, horrors in the Bible. Like
P-Mars, are you jealous of Jed's beard?
my beard is white as fuck now.
Are you jealous of his though?
He's got a nice one.
Thank you,
I'll
gentlemen.
never be able to grow one.
P-Mars, why do you want to type whore so bad?
I know.
Because there's so many fucking
subject.
horrors. They got to call them horrors.
Whores come in many forms in this life. You know, it ain't even about sex half the time either.
What if I want to talk about the horror
True.
of Babylon? I won't
Yeah.
be able to.
We'll talk about what a whore fucking United States fucking mainstream media, Republican and Democrat is, bro.
VB, do you still pretend to believe in flat Earth?
Oh, I'm flat Earth for life, bro. The LARP,
Yeah. Yeah.
the LARP continues
shit.
for life.
What a shill meme that was. From the start, I was telling everyone what a fucking flat Earth, sophism, psyop, Trojan horse meme that whole thing was, bro. And if you would have
It's
listened
not,
all the
bro.
way at the beginning, you wouldn't be in this place where you're at, bro.
Bro.
You'd be a successful businessman.
Nah, the Earth is
Did you hear-
definitely flat, bro. I mean, anyways, go on.
Did you see Bob died? I just saw that. So
Oh,
like
yeah.
his Goldbuster's dead then too.
No, Jaren's alive and kicking. I bet Jaren did a satanic sacrifice on Bob for fame and shit, dude. Just
Jerry's
kidding.
still hustling out there. He's got the, grift or
Is
hustle.
he selling
whatever.
NFTs?
No, I don't think so. That whole
No, it's-
crypto meme kind of hurts right now. So
You know, flat Earth was like the most important thing that happened in our lifetimes.
The most important thing.
I mean, not the most important, but a pretty massive thing that happened.
For
You
me,
know?
it was like 9/11. Like 9/11, fucking, I went mentally ill because I realized like
yeah.
our own government killed 3,000 of its own people.
Allegedly,
Like,
yeah.
maybe not.
so I'm like, that means like at any moment they would just sacrifice us. Like they would just like blow you up, and they don't give a fuck about like you at all.
Maui, The Rock, Oprah.
And then it's like hard to go back to normal life when you know that shit, or at least it was for me. I like
It
lost
is.
my mind.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
I
it's
try to
not-
tell people about it, and they all think you're crazy, and then they don't want to be around you because, like, that I was obsessed with it.
And you're trying to do the right thing, and you're like, "Hey, I'm trying to save your
Yeah.
life," and shit. And they're like, "Fuck you." Where's my
It's like-
cucumber Brondo and shit?
If you like came from the future and went back in time and like tried to warn the people like at the Israeli concert, like, "Hey, Hamas is gonna come and kill us all. Run away!" They like most of the people probably would just ignore you and stay there, party, and then die.
Dude, they'd probably try to film it. Like that's one thing over the past few years since 2020 when that's what I noticed is basically all this disruption. There was a few actors and stuff that would come and take some stuff from stores, but most of the people were there with their phones out. Everyone became with the handheld camera from phones became like their own person trying to get like a viral TikTok meme or something. So I always thought that was so funny. Most of them were fucking recording other people doing stuff.
They become a web. They become another entity when they're all connected like that. Because now there's 50
Well-
camera angles on this one thing. It's like its own life form, its own
They
entity.
all want to be famous. They all want to get like 1 million views and shit.
Yeah,
Well, that
that's
too.
pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
Because none of those guys that were
Yeah.
doing the stuff during 2020 that their channels blew up big time. A couple guys I can think of, they get like 2 live viewers now. That meme's done. The whole Black Lives Matter thing that's just gone. Whatever happened to that? Or stop Asian hate or whatever. These things just come and go. That's what I was talking about earlier. If you're watching Fox News, you're getting Israel is the greatest democracy that we ever had or whatever over there. We have to save them. We have to do anything. And if you're a liberal, you're watching the same thing. Like they just give us, and it's crazy. It really is that people. I think COVID kind of woke a lot of people up, so to speak. with maybe the news isn't some fact, like 100% factual source of information, but there's still kind of the sentiment or the ideologies really that are lingering, where our country, at least the United States, is fracturing with the amount of division with Trump and Biden and just everything. Every issue is political now, no matter what.
So is Trump going to be president in 2025 or 6? When is it going to be?
Some people are saying
If
he's
they're-
been president this whole time.
If they're that Q stuff is so ridiculous. But
Is that from Q?
If,
Does that come from Q? That theory that Trump never actually left office, and this is all like a weird military operation, and Biden is like fake.
definitely,
That's Q.
doesn't
Okay,
it
I
just
didn't know that.
sound like Q? Yeah.
I don't know shit about Q. That's why. Okay.
Yeah, I don't either, but I know that particular thing is definitely from them, and very similar things like that. But
Well, earlier, Tim, you were saying
Um,
that the institutions or the system or whatever just doesn't want him in there for whatever reason.
it seems if they're putting on a big show, I mean, it's one of the most extreme, grandest. It would make 9/11 look like nothing if that was a huge theater scene. Like them, how many different ways they've changed laws. They've done so many things to continue and bend legal theory. Just everything is pointed in the fashion of not letting him be able to run again. So that seems like he's the anti-establishment choice, but if they're super fucking clever, they would have this all be a show. But with the extent, is what I'm saying, the extent that they've gone to, it just seems like it's not.
Like the brutality levels of the smear campaigns, like the extent, like
Yeah.
the 91 fucking indictments and shit or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, even they're trying to, with the whole rape allegation or whatever from the woman that was like 30 years ago. They changed the law in New York for a statute of limitations just for the year, just for him to be prosecuted, and then it went back to the normal way. It was beyond the statute of limitations, first off. And it was completely just for them to be able to slander him and say that he's accused of rape, even though it was kind of more of like almost a default judgment against him. It wasn't even like her accusations were proven in any way or anything. It's just, I mean, everything's just a slander fest with that guy.
Do you support Trump or something?
That's kind of an interesting question. Well, on the base level of it, I don't vote and I will never vote, probably. But, you know, you have to, at a certain extent, do the lesser of two evils. And with how things were running before Biden and how they're running since Biden, there's a stark difference. And I said earlier, me and Jed talked about it years before, when must have been probably 3 or 4 years ago now, when I was on his channel saying exactly what happened when a liberal comes in, there's going to be war. The big war machine's going to get paid. Gas prices are going to go up. Inflation. A lot of liberal policies will be enacted, and that's what happened. So, would I support him as opposed to a Biden or a Kamala Harris or a Newsom? I probably would have to go with him. Yeah, but that's the lesser of two evils.
But you think he's a piece of shit still?
You know, I actually wouldn't mind if I never heard the word Trump ever again. Like I wouldn't. At this point, since 2015, 2016, they've just talked about him so much in the news and made everyone so divided, and he's become such a divisive figure that I just would rather of him never to have existed.
His divisiveness. Well, his divisiveness is awesome.
It's their fault too.
No, if he can get in there and get things back to the way they were when he was president before, economically, we need that division. We need that shit to happen. So his divisiveness is going to win the battle, allegedly, or supposedly, rather.
Yeah, but they're just playing off the division, which then makes me weary of any kind of January 6th level or kind of event where it's like what you guys were postulating about the whole Israel thing that's happening right now.
You talking about
That
a
movie
possible the purge and shit? You worried about the purge?
just that they're letting it happen. You know, it's like the opposition thing is led to happen.
Wait, who's
so
letting what? Who's letting what exactly happen? What do you mean?
What we were just talking about. I was drawing the parallel to Israel. What were we just talking about, though?
Oh, we were talking about Trump and his divisiveness and the economy and like winning the culture war.
Yeah, I mean, to me, both sides are liars. That's the problem. They both try to get each side to get amped about certain cultural war issues on the right and trans issues and like, you know, like black reparations or something on the left. Like, you know, they get everyone amped up for their memes that they want. Everyone distracted on, and really what it is it's not about race, it's about class at the end of the day.
Well,
that's just what it is.
I think it's like Lord of the Rings. Like the main issue is power, the idea that power corrupts, right? And whether you vote for the right or the left, both parties increase the power of the secular state to allegedly fix problems. But that just leads to more corruption and more bullshit. So we need to reduce the power of the state. But of course, like there's no option for that. So like that's what the question that needs to be asked is it's a power issue, but politics.
Well, the conservatives are running on at least, like, you know, for instance, reducing the 87,000 IRS agents or whatever. You know, they are, and actually, there's been rhetoric about abolishing the FBI and some of these just bureaucratic state bullshit that we have. We have so many people in the bureaucratic state that are just like paper pushers, and there's a lot of pork that could be cut out. And I think that's one of the big things that at least the conservatives are running on. I don't put anything past anyone when it comes to politics. You know, like it's just one minute I'm starting to be swayed by Vivek Ramaswamy, then I'm looking into his pharmaceutical things that he's done in the past, and like, oh, he kind of made his money off of that kind of stuff, and he seems like a real slick talker, you know. And he'll get down in the dirt with like Alex Stein and talk about 9/11 and get himself in trouble throughout the whole fucking actual mainstream media from making comments about that.
Shout out to Ed.
You know, somewhat admirable, I suppose. Ed?
Yeah, Ed Upside Down Head is in the chat. He's still pretending to be a flat earther too.
No way. Is he?
Yeah.
No way.
He's on like a server with like FaZe and Hitch and him, and like I talked to DQ there the other day. And,
David Quintana?
Who's that one guy? Calm Down. The guy that I don't know if you remember him. Yeah, David Quintana.
Oh yeah, Calm Down. Yeah. That might be an interesting thing, since we're all kind of recovering conspiratards, to bring up as far as like the auto hoaxers, the people who just like hang out with a crowd of like, say, flat earthers or some other conspiracy meme or something like that. I don't know. Where do you guys see it's all go? Where do you see it is going? As far as, you know, I remember when I first started long time ago about 9/11, people were like, we're going to change the world. We're going to, you know, everyone's going to know the truth. Then everything's going to change overnight. And I saw the same thing with David Weiss.
2012
saying
the consciousness will awaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all bullshit, right? Because the influencers are people controlled, and they just guide these movements into the ground. Like Flat Earth was just talking about like the physics of building collapses instead of like the PNAC and shit. So they just like any of these movements, they get co-opted and run straight into the ground with retardedness. So that's all. It's not going to go anywhere.
Flat Earth felt pretty organic to me. And it did piss the authorities off, obviously, because it got censored. There was the whole congressional thing where they're like, "We're not going to allow people to talk about flat Earth on YouTube anymore." And shit.
That was no, they didn't say it like that.
I know,
If
but
you
you
actually
know.
look at what they were saying disinformation such as this and that and that. But when you look at, you say, oh, it seems pretty organic.
It did for
We're talking
many
about
because
we're talking about the
about
beginning in 2014. Hold on, we're talking about Eric Dubé, some guy who
okay.
basically got vaccine injured. There's $100,000 payment that he got, and he then ends up in Thailand, married to the general's daughter or something. And he's like the yoga guy, and he'll never talk to any opposition ever, and he's got the truth for you and the truth of what happened in the 40s, and whatever. That's take that as you will. But and then you have Mark Sargent with the Flat Earth Blues. Now, if you actually look at both of those people, in my opinion, those are some of the biggest internet shows I've ever seen in my life. Those people are still pushing it. Mark Sargent is still on radio shows, pretending, saying the same movie references and all this, just in ramblings that he said. Hey, what are we, almost 10 years on, guys? So the whole Pat Steer thing that happened, there are organic elements that came into it, like Antonio Subirats, I'm guessing, that was probably legitimately just somebody who fell into it. But
a lot of people were, though. All these people that were reduced to looking like fools in Nathan Oakley's debates, on both sides, that was mostly all natural. I mean, that was just a bunch of normal ass people just fighting over flat Earth.
Yeah, there was definitely. I mean, me being one of them, I can attest to that. Yeah, there's just a normal guy, not paid, probably losing money, definitely losing money, even wasting my time talking.
They just control the influencer people. So
yeah, I mean, if you look at what happened, we allocated like $3 billion during COVID for influencers, and basically a lot of them shilled out for pharmaceutical mRNA injections. Literally, the influencers did.
If you read like shit about the CIA and the Cultural Cold War, this book by Frances Stoner Saunders, it's like mainstream. She's an Oxford grad, and like she talks about the CIA funding Jackson Pollock and like abstract art to battle like Soviet art. And like these people don't know that they're working for the CIA. The CIA will just like fund them and shit. So a lot of people don't know that they're agents.
They're just getting paychecks, or they're just getting a wad of cash in an envelope. Yeah.
I think in the book they talked about there was like 2 or 3 people between Jackson Pollock and the CIA. So like, he would have no idea he's working for the CIA, but ultimately he is. They see shit, people doing shit that they think they can like benefit somehow, and then they'll fund them. And so they probably looked at flat Earth, and then they say we can benefit from this because it's like taking legitimate conspiracies and mixing it in with like alien abduction shit. Like when they would mix in JFK with like people who didn't believe on the moon landing or shit, whatever. And then they just put it on TV, and that they can make celebrities basically.
So Jaron is a special agent. Bob was an agent. They got influence. They got envelopes full of cash. I doubt it.
They might not even know it. They might just be useful agents that have no idea.
That's what it's called. Is people will fall into place, and then you'll actually have also grifters and debatable grifters that fall into place for using it as a revenue flow. And so then you have to ask yourself. Then you have the people that are the bigger ones, like Jaron, like Witsit Gets It, like Nathan Oakley, who are now basically running a business. And that business is purported on the belief that the earth is flat. That business, that revenue stream would be directly affected if you started to, come to the truth or whatever and be like, oh, wow, yeah, lunar eclipses and solar eclipses and, yeah, the celestial sphere. Oh, yeah, it is a sphere. So then you have people that probably know better and have created a grift revenue stream that will continue to do it until Kingdom Come, until it dries up, basically. So that's why I think that Flat Earth should be illegitimate at this point to anyone, even if you are still in the inclination that the Earth is flat. I would say that the people who are still in it are either mouth breathers or just straight up shills that continue to grift off people.
I mean, how active is Flat Earth original content production these days in 2023 anyways?
Not at all. That's a very good point. They bring up rehashed arguments that were rehashed 3 years ago, 6 years ago, and 9 years ago at this point. So then you get the new people in and they're saying, oh yeah, the azimuthal equidistant map that's where Flat Earth is, and there's all this confusion and shill talk and these people, they never really, it's like conspiratainment where they're listening to noises out of some kind of sound system, but they're not actually able to perhaps recite it. But what they do ultimately gather from it is the ultimate belief that the Earth is flat, like at a base axiomatic level, like almost a religious level, that the Earth is flat into which they will continue to believe it, alienate themselves from their family and friends, and continue to alienate themselves on the internet, calling themselves truther names, like whatever truther. It's a asinine. It's a futile,
You think the end game?
illogical movement.
You think the end game is intellectual isolation, like that? Social intellectual isolation,
Everyone's being
If you-
alienated, not even just conspirators.
But they're also, like he's saying, you're getting put into groups, like a grand filter. You're either in the religitard or you're in the conspiratard. But then there's even filters beyond that where you start getting into these groups of, oh, we're the QAnoners and we're the flat earthers, and we'll look at whatever flat earthers are doing. So yeah, you are to a certain extent then isolated. You're like in your little truth circle, but none of your truth bombs get out of sight of your circle, right? You think it is, but you continue to just kind of spin your wheels in your little truth circle. So yeah, it is a massive filtering device that they'll throw out 100 conspiracies about 9/11 or whatever, and you'll fall for Judy Wood, or you'll fall for the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth,
Mudflood.
or Ryan Dawson, or it's just you find your cup of tea. Yeah, mudfloods. Those guys are looking at old pictures, and most times they're just fake, like animations or fake pictures. Yeah, CGI, like, oh, look at this giant or whatever. And so they're living in giant world, right? Giant conspiracy world where they go to work, they're a cog in the machine, and then they come home into their little individual group that they can then be the god of their group or the follower of that group.
Now, you personally being outside of all those realms of conspiratardism, would you say that you're in maybe some other group? Like maybe centrist, Republican, good old boy American, any kind of group? Would you classify yourself as any stereotype or group?
I think I might be more of a centrist, like someone who you could ask certain questions to. I don't fall in that giant group. Like, it's either you're red or blue and you believe this or you believe that. Like, there should be quite a few questions like socialized healthcare or certain things that, conservatives supposedly don't believe in, but you are able to, have argumentation or a greater understanding than just falling with the group, which is what most people do. So I have all kinds of ideas and I could be swayed either way. I kind of find myself outside of those bounds, but also I'm so far not left as far as this whole trans ideology, the teaching it to kids, at least. Like, do whatever you want to as an adult. I don't give a shit, man. But as far as, I feel like, just keep the kids out of it, but that would make you conservative in today's understanding. So there's like nuance. Yeah, there's more nuance. But as far, I'm a recovering conspiratard. I'll say that. It's where I could fall for stuff.
Martin Litkey fell for that phishing scam and lost his channel.
That was a good one. Yeah.
Some Chinese
Not only
hacker.
that, but it was some Chinese. Yeah, it was like, now I'm gonna spam your channel with like thousands of videos, dude.
I guess he's
What
still
was-
making videos, but it looks like he fell
You know
off.
what? I'm glad you brought that up because I was always the good person. I feel like in the end of this, I was trying to I was trolling and trying to teach people a lesson, number one. But in the case of Martin Liedtke, I feel like, you know, I did a lot of things for these people. First off, I had a private conversation with him where he was really, really down in the depths. And I was like, hey, you're still a big part of the flat earth. And I really cheered him up then. And then when that happened, I so happened to have a server full of all of his videos. So I reached out to him and said, hey, I have all your videos. I can give them to you. And so I started the process of uploading to somebody he knew, his server, right? And so there's never any kind of recognition at all from him because I was the flat earth enemy, the flat earth pinup doll. But I, you know, at the end of the day, tried to help these people, a lot of them. And, you know, and in many cases did help them explicitly and never any kind of anything. Actually,
Tim,
just ghosted.
I whipped you into friendship with me.
Nathan Oakley gives me credit because I helped him with OBS one time to start his fucking shit show. So Nathan Oakley's still doing
man.
that?
Of course he is. What are you
Oh
talking
my god.
Of course you go over there and watch and listen and get
It's
on the
strong.
Discord panel with him.
It's strong
No,
now too. It's
I
strong.
haven't. Is it? I haven't. I
It's
don't.
good.
I haven't like done any flatter shit. All
Talk about rehash, bro. Like, oh my god. This is so weird. I call it the Flat Earth Daddy. I call it the Flat Earth Daddy daycare because literally it's during the day and all these American men every single day. It's the same people. Go listen to it, PMars. It's the same people that were there, you know,
Like
3 years ago, 2 years
Arwen
ago.
and fucking
Oh yeah, the black guy. I forget his name. He's the he's
Black
the token black
Goku or
dude.
something. Black Goku.
Yeah, that guy. You know, it's yep. But they're all so sure of themselves. But not only that, they are able to come and recite it like chapter and verse, dude. It's actually quite bizarre and shocking, actually, that they continue to do it every day. Like, what kind of world do they live in
They got free time. They
during
must be
working
retired.
hours?
They must be
Yeah,
retired.
I would have to hope so. Or they're literally letting their women go out and make the money. I don't know.
Or disability.
Well, I mean, I do know Nathan Oakley. That's the case. His woman still works even when she has kids, and he does his work, quote unquote.
I remember Nathan's wife being some kind of aspiring hotshot in the executive world. Isn't that true? Or am I tripping?
Well, he was supposedly, yeah. Then she had a business.
No, I thought he was just like a Radio Shack grifter, and that she had like a big time legit job.
No, he supposedly traveled the world and looked out the window and knew that the Earth was flat. Supposedly, that's his story.
Was it no
he's full
selling
of-
speakers or some shit, like selling sound
Yeah,
systems?
Yeah, he was a Radio Shack
Exactly.
grifter.
Oh, nice. Okay, that makes more sense.
Speaker. He'd drive up next to you in the van. Hey man, I got these speakers, $50, man.
That happened to me one time, dude.
Oh,
And
used to
I
happen
got
to me
some
all the time.
speakers. I got some speakers that were pretty nice, man. They were not
Oh, you
that
bought 'em?
expensive. They were knockoffs. I think he gave like 100, like some floor speakers, and I was banging them in my college dorm room. That was
Pissing off
fun.
everybody.
Yeah,
Like the family room fucking speakers that sit on the ground with the big 12 inch 15 inch
Yeah.
subwoofer, and then the little tweets in the mid, and then the fucking,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
yep, one tower. Yeah, that was
He's
nice.
only getting like 1K views on his videos. Looks like a lot of their content like is falling off. Like Martin used to get like 50,000 views and shit on his videos, and now he's only getting like
with
1K.
Tartaria. Is he still
Yeah.
on
He
Tartar?
would just like show
Uh.
pictures of shit. Well, at least like Martin would read books, so he had like he could talk about books at least. But like most of these people, yeah, they just repeat the same talking points.
That and Mandela effect. I liken that very closely to Mandela effect, or like something that's just like so. What are you
Tar-
gonna do about it? You know,
Tar-
what does it
Tar-
mean?
Tartaria has a lot more merit than Mandela Effect, though. Mandela Effect is like very
Dude,
first.
it's like a
level-
collective mass misremembrance. Like
It's not-
it is something, but it's not some conspiracy.
It's so baby. It's like
You're
embryo.
not
hope.
shifting into timelines every fucking day, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm into yogurt timeline. Like, this is so fucking dumb.
It's like embryo hoax. You know, if it were going on the John Le Bon scale, that'd be a baby hoax. So this would be like the fucking first day spermatozoa fucking just
Yeah.
got conceived fucking hoax and shit. It's like
And
so
that
big.
shows you. I don't know if you've ever seen Brian Stavely, but that guy, that's all he does. So just as we were just talking about, you get filtered and you start talking your whatever. He literally, that's all he does, dude. And he used to be, quote unquote, one of the biggest names in 9/11 back in the day, like 2000s, man. This Brian Stavely guy. And now he literally, every day, they just talk about, like, oh, lion and the lamb. No, it's a dog and a lamb now or something. We've crossed timelines.
Oh, God.
I don't even, I'm like, okay, what if I grant you all of this? Like, Sex and the City is now Sex and the City, or Berenstein is now Berenstein. Like, what if I just grant you all that? Okay, it's changed. Like, now what? You know?
Yeah.
That's what I call a conspiracy rabbit hole, or a dead end, a guardrail.
Yeah.
It's
What
like,
are they?
this makes me feel good hearing about this conspiracy. I woke up to 9/11. Now I hear about this for fucking 2, 5, 7. In the case of Flat Earth, 9 years, dude.
Yeah.
For some.
I mean, but flat Earth is a whole different ballgame, man, because you're getting into like debates and metaphysics or physics and like scientific observations on both sides and stuff like that. People actually going feet on the ground and doing shit, So that's a lot more.
I
than
do
just,
like it.
Berenstein
I like it for
Bears,
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like that you brought that up. That's a good point. But at the same time, how long do we need to explore the world to understand that the sphere, Earth model, and everything from the sun and the moon, how it interacts, and the stars in the sky, and everything, all matches up with what they told us, and nothing still matches up with Flat Earth, right? No map, no model. We have David Weiss going on every single show, shilling his Flat Earth Sun and Moon calculator or whatever app on Android, Mac, or iPhone, where it's the azimuthal equidistant map. That was debunked like within the first year. So like, Flat Earth is ridiculous, dude.
I'll tell you
it
this.
really separates the wheat from the chaff. But go ahead.
I'll tell you this. The flat Earth itself, like the shape of the Earth being flat, maybe, scientifically to you, your interpretations of data, you want to believe the Earth's a globe. Okay, there's people out there that, well, that's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to say is that at least, or maybe the best thing that's come out of flat Earth is not necessarily that the Earth is or isn't flat itself, but the fact that the debate on whether the Earth is a ball is alive and well. Like, it can't be a ball. It might not be flat, but it can't be a ball because of all the evidences that have been accumulated, at least proving that point. So that
would be cool.
That compromise
was
point,
That was the premise, but we all started at like, oh, the Earth is flat. It definitely isn't a ball. And then it went to, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a ball.
Yeah.
And now flat earthers, when they go to debates, the last thing they want to do is say any kind of positive claim. So anything about their flat earth. So they'll say all of what they think are holes in the globe to the globe person, and then basically just deny all of the evidence, right? So it's just, there's like, if you can't say that there's like a million pictures of Earth, literally, if you take all the frames out of videos and stuff of all the pictures of Earth, even Himawari and all this stuff, if you have to say that everything is fake, and I mean, like, there's just no, the standard of evidence is, there's nothing to be had at that point. Like, your standards of evidence for the disapproval of flat Earth as opposed to the globe is just, it's not possible at any point. You can see the truth and you have to deny it. That's a serious fucking problem, dude. Something so base, though, like so basic. Something like the sun and the moon setting, dude. or rising,
Well, this
you know, or not changing any
navigation.
others. Like, I mean, just they knew without any fucking technology. We have all this technology, and people are so anti-mainstream these days that they literally would rather believe or pretend to believe, at least on a subconscious level, that the Earth is flat. Like, to be an individual, that's the individual group route I want to take, and I'll take it for, you know, in who knows how long some of these people are going to continue this fucking act, man. It's been 9 years. So,
It's been a long fucking time. Absolutely.
Ed,
What's up, Tim?
you were back with me almost 9 years ago,
Yeah, buddy.
talking to the Morgile.
Snug guy.
When I was living in Denver.
Yes, sir.
Since then, I've lived in Utah for like 5 years. I lived in San Diego for a year. I've lived on and off in Denver for several years apiece, and in Omaha. So, a lot of life has happened in between that time.
Hell yeah, bro.
People
Same here.
People continue, and what's funny is actually just, you know, because I brought up the Morgile, just a week or two ago, he was bringing up that same argument he was talking to me and you about, literally like 8 or 9 years ago, about
The satellite argument.
the moon.
Oh,
The moon. What was it? 6 months apart, the stars. That's what it was. Like, he doesn't even know about the seasonal stars at this point still, and he's one of like the adept flat earthers.
oh.
Wait, aren't you a flat earther then? That's what I
Every
hear.
person, everyone's a flat earther, Tim. Everyone is a flat earther.
He
God.
suppressed the truth and unrighteousness.
What?
What? Yeah, what?
What just happened?
I was just quoting the Bible.
What did you say?
Suppress the truth and unrighteousness. It's like we'll say, like, everyone believes in God, but they just suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
Oh, in unrighteousness. Oh, okay.
Or their own righteousness, in their own righteousness.
Yeah.
Wow, Morgile's he's got a video with 4.2K. But let's see. No, most of his videos are like 200 views.
My favorite Morgile video was when he crashed his car and then got arrested and then came out of jail and then was accusing his wife of being a demon that possessed him, and he was like asking for donations in the woods. Like, I knew it was going to end up there, and it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse since then too. So I knew it was going to end up there years ago.
Dude,
You know?
he used to ask for money so much less than he does now, man. And he's still in the same rat ass situation that he has been for all these years. He's living in like temporary fucking like hotels that are like, what is it, $600 a week or something?
Expensive, bro.
Something like
It's
that.
super fucking expensive, dude.
He can't
And-
get
and-
anyone to let him sign a lease because of his probably criminal background or whatever the fuck's going on with him. That's why he can't get even a low housing apartment, bro.
You should like live out of a car, like get a big van or something.
Or low income.
Dude, yeah, but no. How about a fucking flat Earth bus, the short bus? Don't you remember, bro? He literally
That's right. He bought the fucking short bus. He was gonna fix it up. That's right.
a flat Earth short bus, bro. Literally,
He painted it, right? They painted it with all this shit.
Yeah, he made a couple.
it was so
videos
fucked
about it.
up.
Yeah,
I think he scrapped it because it was just such a piece of shit.
he
I
probably
don't
just
think it
bought
ever
a
ran.
photograph.
Does he still have that wife? I
Stole
don't
it.
see her in any videos.
Oh yeah, he's been talking like he's gonna go to California. He's got like greener pastures and shit. He's got to leave the dog. He pays like an extra $100 a week.
You still
In
keep
that
tabs
fucking
on all this shit,
hotel.
Tim?
Oh, with him you have to, bro.
There's a
With
couple
him,
you
come
can't
on,
stop.
man.
Yeah, no, I pop
Yeah.
in the Morgile every now and again too.
Oh, for sure, dude. Because he'll take the videos down, so I got to back him up on the server, man. They're
He's an
gonna be-
absolute fucking low-cow, bro. Absolutely never quits. He's
Oh.
he's a provider.
and he's like, what I'm looking at, I'm like, okay, what's he on today? Like, is he high? Like, what's he got in his pocket, dude? You know, because he's grifting for like fucking couch change again. What's he need? You know, but I don't even think he works, dude. I you know, and he's been shamed from fucking Glowbusters, basically, from all the prison or the jail incidents he's run into. I mean, you could have a whole like 24-hour space and all the things that happened to that guy. Like when he went out to Denver and his car broke down, and then he was asking for money. And there's been, I think, if I can count correctly, in the past 2 months, it's been about 3 months. It's been about 5 times that he's been asking for money.
Oh God.
So, yeah, dude.
He's a
In
Johnny
3
Depp.
months? Only
His
5
life-
times. That's not bad.
His life
Dude,
is
but it's become, but he doesn't provide anything. That's the problem. And all he provides is the false notion of that he's a Christian. And it's really kind of sad at that point, because the people he pretends, well, maybe he is, I don't know, I'm not in his head, but at best to me, he pretends that he's a Christian and grifts off Christians, because if you look at his comments, the only positive ones that aren't, dogging on him are Christians who give him money. So the Christian heart, man.
his life is a
They'll
Johnny
get
Depp
grifted.
movie.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you think of the baggage. Like, you trying to find a place with that woman, his mom, basically, the age of his. Or they're both old. I don't know, dude. But whatever,
Probably like
man.
his oldest sister.
Mommy, sister,
Oh
wife.
man, holy moly, she is something to be. And she's on oxygen tank too now.
Oh
So
man.
she's just gonna be like,
One cigarette.
what's up?
I used to
Yeah.
never like when people would ask me for money on the street and shit. I would never like give them money. But now that I'm a Christian, I usually try to give them like $1 if I have change or whatever.
It's
Because
tough
I think-
because it's a whole conundrum where it's like,
I
what am
realize I
doing?
could get taken advantage of, but like I guess I don't care
Easily.
anymore.
Yeah, but it's
No.
it's just what
It's
what
like
if you're
only
hurting the
$1.
person by fulfilling their the alcohol or the crack that they're going to get that night? Like there's all these kind of moral, ethical questions that can kind of rise
The cruel
from
answer to
funding
that,
someone.
the cruel answer
Go
to
ahead.
that is like give them $100 and watch it, and then they'll go off themselves on their fucking drug of choice.
True.
That's the cruel way, and that's sometimes I think what happens.
Dude, some of these people are fucking lifetime. Like, this is a job for them, dude. Like, there was a couple of news stories like 10 years ago out here in Oklahoma, and the news followed one of these panhandlers, right? And she was out there panhandling for like 7 hours, and like they were like trying to get, pretty much guessing like if it was even like $5 or $1 per like stop, like she made some money, and then they followed her to a car which was like a BMW, right? And she drove that BMW to like a really like ritzy kind of neighborhood in Edmond, Oklahoma. And like they confronted her like on camera, and she was talking about, I make like $90,000 a year and I don't get taxed on it. The government doesn't come and they don't do shit. And like she was just essentially just talking shit like, no, fuck you. I'm gonna stand out here and do this. And like some of them make some fucking money, dude. Seriously. And if you know what you're doing, you could easily like get out of poverty. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mostly in a place like California, even if you tried to get a job while you were on the street or something, you could bypass the economic unfortunate fact that it's so expensive to live there, but you could just freeload in a van or whatever to kind of crawl yourself, out of that situation.
Yeah.
But a lot of these people choose to be in that situation. And nowadays, you got the fentanyl brigade, basically. You
All the
got-
fucking the leaners.
yeah, dude.
Dude, did you know that there's a Kensington Park fucking live stream? There's like 2 or 3 cameras that are on 24 hours a day, and it's fucking Zombieland. I'm serious. Kensington, PA is what it is. Live stream, and it's just the fucking main strip, and there's just people leaning all over the place, fucking just absolutely geeked out of their mind. I'm just like, wow, this is what the shit's come to. Like, holy fuck, and it's everywhere.
Canada's come to the point where they pretty much had safe areas that you can come and get your drugs. Now they got it where you can basically go in and assisted suicide. You can kill yourself.
Right, you can cure
Soon
your
they'll just-
homelessness.
they'll-
You can
yeah,
cure your
they'll-
homelessness.
they'll just- Well, they'll just give you a piece of land and we'll be like, hey, we got all the drugs that you want, and the ending goal of it, you'll see what happens. But, just give them some clean drugs and let them live out the rest of it. Because that's all they want to do, some of those people. Like, they just want to get stoned. They want to get high. That's what their brain is now wired to do. So they just become a nuisance when they're on the streets doing it.
Ironically, if the powers that be would let America re-embrace our conservative fucking industrial, culture and go back to that, then our society could actually afford to let these fucking pieces of shit live their fucking little cush life dream at our expense, because we'd be fucking doing so well economically that we could just foot that bill and we could let them do that.
I think
If we have 130 billion for Ukraine, if we have 90 billion for Israel every year, if we have all this money we're just sending everywhere, we definitely. I think of those stadiums that they have for football fans to come in and fucking for a couple hours. Like there could be complexes, like huge complexes, where you would probably have to be clean and you could get these people straight or the mental health that they needed. And this is where like the kind of lefty comes out in me when it comes to people on the street. Like you get them help and off the nasty drugs and hopefully get them hooked up with some kind of widget job or whatever they could do to get them a normal, a foot in the door, to get, roof over the head.
So you're talking about they would have to register and it would be like voluntary, half prison, half therapy?
Compared to being a drug addict on the street, to have an option to go that's clean, it's safe,
where they let you do it for as long as you want, but eventually you'll maybe realize.
I think that the drugs probably should stop.
Oh, they win
you guys should look up the Portugal system. What Portugal does is they have centralized locations in all their cities where if you want to get high on these drugs, you have to enter into a localized area, but it's like a prison essentially. You know what I mean?
Oh,
you got to register. You got to register, and then you lose other rights. And
you lose rights, and you sit in there. And to get out of there, you have to go through rehab.
Oh shit!
Right?
It's hard.
But what they did was when they legalized the drugs, what they said is that if you get caught outside of these areas doing these drugs, like you're fucked. And the state sells the drugs to the people because if the people demand it, they'll supply it, but they contain it. So like the state wins, I guess.
That's a trap. It's a rat trap.
It is.
Savage. They give you the honey, and they're like, shit, it's all free. Come on in, fuck yeah. And then
I think you got to pay for it. You know what I mean? Like you got to buy it. Like you buy it through the state. But if you get caught with it outside of those areas, like you're fucking in prison for a long fucking time.
Wow. So you can do it, but we're gonna force you to stop doing it when you do it.
Yeah, it's like what Timmy's talking about. It's a form of therapy as well as imprisonment to an extent, because like you're gonna have to go through withdrawals. Like they're gonna force you, and I think it's like there's a specific amount of time you can only stay in there too. But I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, these people. I mean, it'd be nice for a lot of them to be able to detox and live a clean and happy life, but at a certain point, literally you're rewiring your brain for this pleasure mode, this serotonin, even pot. Some of these lesser drugs known to be, it's such a reliance that if you're on the street, you're just a nuisance, man. Like seriously, I can go to different places and if there's a lot of homeless around, like you need a passcode to get into the restroom or something, like your regular people's rights get taken away, the cleanliness, the kind of stuff, because there really isn't the help that is needed for these. And a lot of people are fucking veterans. They're veterans too. A lot of them. So
addiction just turns you into a slave pretty much. Because like your whole life revolves around whatever. Yeah. All your decisions are based on it.
Is hard drug addiction culture completely separate entity than hip hop culture, and a completely separate entity from other, horrible cultures?
What?
Hip hop culture. I always talk about how toxic and shitty it is and how it's destroying everything. And now we're talking about hard drug addict culture, like this whole scene where it's California, Seattle, where they can all just go do their heroin in the streets and all this shit.
It's not even hard drug. I mean, alcohol and weed, like Tim was saying. Like, I have a problem with weed, right? And I would just get high all day and just eat and pass out, and that's like all I would do. It's really unproductive. So,
yeah, like regular, even low level drugs can eat holes in your brains. You know what I mean? Like. You get them pothead. Oh, dude, what's up, man? Like those people, they stop smoking weed. They still sound like what? You know what I mean? They're still retarded. Like they smoke themselves stupid. Like that shit happens.
I read all these books when I was high, and I don't remember anything in them.
Just wasted time. Yeah, it's the same thing with drinking alcohol, dude. You're just spending money to piss, essentially.
Yeah,
And everybody knows I've had my fucking share of run-ins. Come on.
and it's fucking expensive. Yeah, that shit's expensive too.
You're
Yeah,
also paying. You're also paying for that feeling of numbness that you get through your face and your neck and your chest when you're drinking. You know, that bravery and that.
It's escapism. You just like it's like, I don't know. You should be able to enjoy life in reality without trying to escape it all the time. But like we live in this like fucked up world, so we
Yeah.
turn to like entertainment and drugs and shit to
It's all by design because you're a fucking hamster
Yeah.
on the wheel.
yeah.
And I'm over here trying to advocate for bringing back fucking whiteness and shit. You know, but it's like a lost cause, bro.
Whiteness.
Dude,
Yeah,
whiteness lies in the hands of white women, and they clearly have rejected white men. Seriously, they're the gatekeepers.
And it just makes you wonder who told them to. You know.
Yeah, it's man. When you learn that Ghislaine Maxwell's father, he was a Mossad agent, right? And he had a publishing company, and he conglomerated with McGraw Hill in the United States in the 1980s to like the mid 1970s. So like all of the school books that we grew up with essentially were like Mossad had an agent that ran half the company. Ghislaine Maxwell's father. Look that shit up. I'm not even joking.
Wow.
So like, yeah, I mean, everybody's propagandized. Even the kids right now are propagandized. Look at the teachers now compared to look at the teachers 20 years ago, and then look at the rates of LGBT use, and it's like, okay, clearly it's the schools that are doing it. You know,
And this, yeah, exactly. And this is a serious question for all three of you guys. I really want your answer on this. Is my vision of fucking whiteness that I keep talking about, is it just a complete fucking pipe dream? Is it an illusion? Is it a fucking Matrix manufactured illusion? Is it an illusion that my culture put upon myself? What's going on with that?
Yeah, I don't think race matters at all. To me, like all that really matters in life is unconditional love. And that is what's going to be fulfilling and rewarding ultimately in the end, I think. So I think we should be united in love regardless of like race or any class or anything.
I'm talking about like the culture and the attitude of the white race historically, regardless of what race someone might be living in our society now. I'm saying bringing back that kind of old European courtesy and shit. Is that just a pipe dream? Am I stupid for wanting that?
Yeah, because like all those systems in the past were all corrupt too. Like there's no like Goldilocks zone or something where society was better.
I don't know. I would say there was, because in the late 1800s, fucking society was gorgeous. It was all Victorian. It was beautiful. And now like we've kind of slid into like the Soviet style, like everything's square and drab. And like if you think about like if just society itself is gorgeous and full of all types of angles and geometry and stuff like that, wouldn't that like you're almost like building a society to be inspired, right? And then to make it boring and drab and lame, you're almost building it to be uninspiring. Does that make sense? So like society will directly reflect on what the mood is, I guess, of people.
Yeah.
What if
I
how
think
they're
people-
building it is just mostly strictly on structural integrity?
Right. Like look at New York City in the early 1900s, and the street lamps are like actually like, you know, like propane or whatever the hell they used to light the fucking street lamps, and they're gorgeous. They're like work. Every single one of them is a work of art. And like now it's just uniformity across the board. It's like, I mean, I understand it, but it just
Automation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Tim, do you think that that's better? The uniformitism? The uniformity? And
I don't know. I mean, there's something to say about like how they do build stuff nowadays, as far as they have really young wood that's really pretty weak, and basically paperboard and rock board that gets put up, drywall. And I mean, that's basically what your house is. It's just some weak wood and some paper, some rock. Like they used to use plaster, and they used to use like some fucking hardcore shit. If you've ever tried to take some of that stuff out. But I don't know. I kind of like the new, like modern and chic and stuff like that. But as far as I think there's a anti-whiteism as far as what Mark Dice would put it. I think he termed that. think there is a natural anti-whiteism, and perhaps there's a natural reaction from someone who is white, is to kind of shelter up, like turtle up, and be
It's
defensive about it.
But we're talking about like architecture. Do you think that there's anti-whiteism in this new architecture that we're experiencing?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't think so.
I wouldn't say so. I would say that's just meant to like I said, like it's almost like the Soviet style now, where like the Soviet Union was built off just like if you look at every single city, they're all the same thing. You know what I mean? Everywhere.
So it's classism. It's the manifestation of the class. This class.
Yeah,
this is all your house. You're all going to live.
Exactly what it is. Actually, good point.
It's also cost cutting, though. I mean,
that too, and it makes sense. And it makes sense, but it also
cookie cutter houses, like you just cookie cut a house, you can build like 10 of them at a time.
I fucking hate that. Like any new development, it's like all the houses look exactly the same. It's
they have like a quarter of an acre of a lot, and they're all the same house.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense for them to do that, but it just like, it looks horrible.
Suburban.
Like in the old neighborhoods, all the houses are different. It's like personality and shit. But
yeah, suburban America's apex was the 1980s. Yeah, I grew up in a house that was built in the late 70s, 1980s, early 80s, and that was
some
when
nostalgia with some of those things. But like there's some good, but there's also some bad. Like it's made with lead paint or something like that, or
50s and 60s.
It used to be built. There's something structurally wrong with it at this point. You know, like at a certain point, some of these old things will go. I mean, even Notre Dame. You know.
Yeah, but there's probably like bad chemicals in the new shit, but we just won't find out till like 50 years from now.
Oh yeah,
it's like
this is what's causing sterility. You're like, yeah,
like non-stick cookware is really bad, and like,
Teflon.
Yep.
So it's just funny how they're constantly putting poisons in our environment. It's almost like a conspiracy,
right?
But it just shows how resilient the human body is, though. Just even life just wants to live. You'll see it's kind of like the flower that's growing through the crack in the basketball court, you know, of the cement. It's cracked, but like it found a way to fucking find light, found a way to live. So I don't know where, you know, I don't know where the maximum is. When the land, the water has fluoride, the air, the animals, everything just starts to become very perhaps toxic. I don't know. Does that make our epigenetics change to be more susceptible, or does it make us become more fine with it? Yeah, resistant. Who knows?
Do you guys ever fuck with this melatonin?
Like to sleep?
Yeah. Have you ever taken that?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's not good for you.
No,
I don't think so. Your body already has it in you, I believe, but it definitely it doesn't work with me. I don't know. I don't like it.
It doesn't. It puts you into fake sleep. It doesn't allow you to get to the REM sleep, and then therefore your brain stays hyperactive, and it's like even more stressful than you just staying awake and not being able to sleep.
Yeah, you can go crazy doing that.
Yeah, you wake up all murky and shit, like, and you know you never reached full sleep, so it's dangerous. Just letting you guys know it's dangerous. Those are the effects it had on me. So it may be different for you. I don't know.
So Ed, first thing I said was kind of to everyone, like I feel like I've never met like a straight liberal conservative or like a progressive liberal or anyone on the left as kind of a conspiracy guy. Would you say that you are more on the right? And also, as a conspiracy guy, would that lead you more towards the Palestinian side than supporting the Israelis?
Man, I look at the whole thing. Well, first off, I would put myself as a centrist, just because I'm not retarded and I don't fall into the dialectic at all, because I understand the us versus them mentality that's being played on everybody. And like, let me just go on a rant here real quick. I was telling my brother about a week ago, I was saying, bro, do you think you're a Democrat? And he's like, of course I'm a Democrat. I vote Democrat. And I'm like, no. Do you get receive money from the DNC? He's like, no. Why? And I'm like, because those people are Democrats that get that money. You're somebody that fucking votes for your rulers and you adopt their ideologies as a form of like Stockholm syndrome. And he was like, fuck you, dude. What are you talking about? We got to talking about it. And like, eventually he was like, fuck, I think you're kind of right on that. Right. So like most of the people are whipped up in this like state that they identify with their rulers is essentially what it is. And every single time these people get into government and they just shit all over everybody and they still identify because they have nothing else to look at because they're not taught to, you know what I mean? So like, I'm out of that whole system. So yeah.
But what about the Israel part? I mean, would
Yeah,
that be
Israel thing.
also
Okay.
though? I
With
feel like also though. I'll add another one to it. Is there a certain sense of being black pilled when to even have this kind of mentality that you're saying because of conspiracy and kind of what you learned through some of the hoaxes, perhaps, or whatever?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I know the government lies through their fucking teeth all the time anyway. So I'm not, but even with hoaxes and false flags and anything like that, I see this whole thing building up, right? So I think the Palestinian thing is kind of just like it's almost like a red herring because the United States is sending a fucking a carrier group, a battle carrier group, right, with destroyers and subs to the Mediterranean, right? What are we gonna have F-22 shooting down fucking paragliders? You know what I mean? Like, no. They're probably going to be looking at Iran, and they cut off all fast boat action because they're in the Mediterranean, right? So I'm looking at this like it's a larger setup into something that we haven't even gotten to yet. So that's what I'm saying. And yeah, I'm still a conspiratard. Don't get me wrong, but like I think I'm more based in reality than a lot of people.
Yeah,
So
they've
what-
been wanting to go to war with Iran for a while, right? So
Right. Don't forget about the Wes Clark thing about just type in Wes Clark 7 countries
Yeah, I
and talk
remember
about the 7 countries memo, and Iran was the final one. And like it was,
But that was a plan for like 2 years, and it's been like
right. I get that, but it could have shifted back. And if you also reflect on Albert Pike's fucking World War III statements,
Are those real though?
Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if they are, that's pretty interesting. What he was talking
Right.
about
People say like
Zionists.
the protocols of learned elders of Zion is a forgery, but it's a forgery of what? What are we talking about? Like it's a book that exists, like So it is what it is.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the Palestine versus Israel thing, I look at it like this: like the kid's getting bullied in school, like everybody sides with the bully. Well, it's not sides with the bully. Kids sides with the kid getting bullied, right? They put all their emotion towards him, and he's the victim, right? But if that kid comes into school and like lights the bully on fire, right? He's all of a sudden the asshole, right? So for like Hamas to do this and go in and do the thing, and I'm just like, oh, you picked the fight, so you're gonna have to deal with it.
Well,
I don't know. Like I can't be settled. I can't be like sympathetic to it. Essentially.
Who's the underdog though in this situation?
Oh, Hamas easily, but Hamas is like a fucking Mossad creation. So Israel created Hamas to fucking fight. Well, no, not fight, but to combat Yasser Arafat back in the fucking 60s.
Okay.
Is it like Al Qaeda and ISIS, pretty much?
Kinda, yeah, but they're like the OGs.
No, I mean, I'm saying like kind of like a U.S. creation.
Yeah,
They kind
but it
of
was
create the enemy.
Israeli creation. It was supposed to be like a puppet thing that the Israelis did, and then they just kind of aligned with Palestine supposedly.
How would Israel be able to convince Muslims to fight against other Muslims for them on behalf of them?
should I read this Albert Pike Third World
No,
War?
don't read that.
Oh, though that get your channel shut down.
Yeah.
I forgot.
That shit's super interesting, man. But I mean, like how does I have a really hard time believing that Five Eyes, Mossad, whatever, didn't have like the tabs that an army was amassing just 20 feet away from them on the other side of the wall, right? With full fucking like American M4 fucking TAC kits. And I'm like, well, where'd those come from?
They said they knew about it, but they didn't believe the intel or something on a news story I saw. So that sounds cool. It sounds like the Pearl Harbor thing where they knew Pearl Harbor and then they let it happen.
So could it be the case that at least in part that the part of the weapons were from either Afghanistan that we left, or from the Ukraine billions of dollars worth of shit going from here to there.
Easily,
Could
easily
those-
either or.
Yeah,
So let me
yeah,
clear
that's
this
what I
up.
think as well.
Let me clear this up, Ed. Back in
Sure.
the day, Israel probably using big Uncle Sam's actual money to do it. Israel funded Hamas and funded Hamas to go and fight against another group of Muslims somewhere else.
No, not fight. Right.
Do what?
They were a political organization to go against Yasser Arafat.
Which is
He was the
Saudi
prime
Arabia?
minister or whatever of, well, not a prime minister, whatever the hell they called him, for Palestine for like fucking 30, 40 years.
oh, for Palestine. Okay, duh. Okay, all right.
So
I
like
thought you were
they
talking about. Go on.
Yeah, like they were created, and then the Mossad actually fucking had a hand in doing the whole thing. Like I can send you articles on this stuff. And so yeah, then eventually they aligned with Yasser Arafat supposedly, right? As far as I know. So I don't know what is what, because who fucking knows anymore? Because everything's upside down.
Why did they do that? For political reasons, or for ethnic reasons, or for did they just get sold out and bought out?
I have no idea. I'm not that well versed in it, but I know that Israel had a hand in the founding of fucking Hamas.
Huh. But now Hamas is known as the roughest, most stringent, extreme conservative executioners of like Islamic law, right?
That's what they say now. Yeah.
Okay.
But they
It's
also do the conflation of Gaza equals Hamas as Israel equals Zionism. You know?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah.
Right. And what Israel's threatening to do, shutting off the food, shutting off the water, because they're completely blocked out and blockaded,
Yeah.
right? The Palestinians, right? This is why they say that they're an apartheid system. Israel being declared like a democracy, but in effect they're essentially an apartheid system because they keep the Palestinians in two specific areas, but
They got walls. Yeah, big walls.
right. So like if they cut off food, they cut off water, they cut off electricity, those are fucking war crimes. Now they're war criminals. Right? You know what I mean? Like,
They
nobody's
got-
talking about that.
They got walls, not only walls, but walls that if you walk up too close to, you'll get shot, even
Yep.
if you're a child. Those snipers seem,
Yep.
at least in one video I've seen.
I'm sympathetic
Seem
to
to
the
enjoy it.
Palestinians, right? Because I'm not retarded. I do research. I understand the whole Balfour Declaration and everything. Like, I've been listening to right-wing pundits on the radio for the past week tell me that Palestine's not real and has never existed, and I'm just like, it's right in the fucking the Balfour Declaration. It's in there from the King of England to Lord Rothschild. It literally says a section of Palestine for the Zionist Confederation, gifted to the fucking, you know what I mean, like to the Zionist Confederation through Lord Rothschild.
If the JZs, the ZJs, if they were legitimate and real, maybe I could root for them, but I can't, because that area is for how many thousands of years has been Islam and Muslims and Egyptians and Arabs. It's their shit, dude. This country should not fucking exist there. I don't know if I could say that or not, but I'm not going to say it by name. But you know what I
No,
mean?
that is true. You look at what they're surrounded by.
Yeah, it should not exist there.
It's not people like that.
And-
Yo,
It's-
you guys want some conspiracy candy?
What?
Okay, this is my own little pet theory, right? So I think that Vladimir Zelensky and fucking Putin, right, have just done Holodomor 2.0 to clear out the natural inhabitants of the Donetsk region, and then we might have potentially Holocaust 2.0 here before too long, and then Israel moves to their homeland, Khazaria, which is the Donetsk region of Ukraine, which has just been cleared out of all its natural inhabitants.
A new state, huh?
Zelensky called a bunch of different times and said he plans on turning Ukraine into a great Israel.
But like,
And he's Jewish. They always say he's Jewish. How could Nazis be working for him?
Right?
Careful,
He's
guys.
Jewish, and he has fucking Waffen SS fucking units that never disbanded, and he's okay with it. It's wild. What a timeline.
Means to an end, bro. Means to an end.
And Trudeau's over here honoring this guy in this fucking Canadian Senate.
Standing ovations, yeah. Crazy.
So that's interesting. That'd be quite the plot twist there.
That's my own pet theory because it just seems to be the case that that's happening. Because I
Well,
don't know
you
why.
look at Ukraine; it's a fucking genocide of the men.
Yeah,
So
and they
they're-
do the last Ukrainian, and they're just fucking sending it to the meat grinder. It's like the Holodomor happened, and they starved a shit ton of people back in the early 1900s or whatever. Starved a fucking shit ton of people, killed fucking Testament, but didn't kill everybody because they had people to eat, right? Like, how long could they go on with that for? So now they're just doing wars and they're just fucking smashing everything and killing everybody, sending them right to the meat grinder. It seems like it's the same fucking thing.
Without saying any names, it's just crazy that this one group can get away with this whole time and then just LARP and just completely invert the obvious truth and just LARP it out. And then all the biggest, baddest countries and military forces in the world are just like, you know what? Fuck yeah, we believe you. It's all good. We got your back and shit. And it's just like, what the fuck is going on?
They're our
here, bro?
greatest ally, man.
It's
According
just
to Fox News, they're our
insane,
greatest
bro.
ally.
Rip USS Liberty.
But I think all the groups are controlled by the Illuminati. So
I don't know.
Negative.
Illuminati just seems like weak sauce.
about that?
With the big picture, you know?
It's a real thing. I mean, it's old school, but I don't know how much. Anymore.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. There's the modern inception of Illuminati, which is just a bunch of ignorant fucking rappers and shit, you know, butt fucking each other and shit. You know, right? Isn't that what it is, right?
Birdman, fucking, isn't he like homo sex master, dude?
Yeah, and like there's all these rumors now of P. Diddy and Ja Rule were in some hotel room with butt plugs and all this shit, bro.
Goddamn.
So the whole Iran thing is interesting. That could be the whole what a perhaps what could happen through a false flag is to get involvement of us, because even the whole Russia thing, like before Biden was in, I was just like, what is with these liberals and the being their bonnet about fucking Russia, man? It's always Russia's the enemy, and I just never understood why. Even conservative talking points would be like, they're
I
our
think
enemy.
I know why, man. I did some research into inner monologue, right? So there's a fucking specific amount of people in this world that don't have an inner monologue, that have no conscience, that don't think to themselves, that don't talk to themselves in their brains. I'm not kidding. There's a lot of people that exist like that, where they only see pictures and shapes and stuff like that, where they don't speak to themselves. So like you have to look at it like this: if these people don't speak to themselves, right, and don't have dialogue inside their mind, like they're probably just picking up what's on the TV and running with it, because that's reality to them. It's
That's,
fucking
I mean,
crazy.
look at my icon right here. I support the current thing. And
Yeah,
there's
it's
an
literal
NPC.
NPC. It's literal NPC.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
They're,
So look
they're
that up.
being
Inner dialogue.
programmed.
Specific amount of people that don't have inner dialogue. It's a fucking crazy. There's some crazy studies out there. Some people say like upwards of like 50 to 60% of people don't. And like there's Reddit threads where people like, you think in your head, you talk to yourself in your head, you fucking weirdo. And there's a whole shit ton of people that are like, wow, people do that. Blew my
That's
fucking
scary,
mind,
bro.
man.
That's scary, bro.
Yeah. So there's
I
literal
mean,
NPCs.
To a certain degree, I wonder, like you have to think in your head to even form sentences and to write and stuff like that. But I guess the question is, like, when they're by themselves, are they running on like a more instinctual pattern that we used to do in the wild? I mean, or whatever, compared to people who are like
the
more
rat-
analytical.
They're the rat pressing the button and getting a dose of fucking caffeine or whatever, you know, over and over. That's what they're doing in their own spare time.
Hey man, you can do look. People sleepwalk, right? People will take Ambien and then sleepwalk and fucking make sandwiches that have specific toppings. Get in their car and go to the store and fucking get a pack of cigarettes, right? Without being conscious. The body can exist separate of the mind, right? And the mind can be so strong that fucking people catch fire, like spontaneous combustion type shit, right? Like where the fuck does that come from? Like, what is that? You know, I look at it like, if somebody has too strong of a mind, like they can be anorexic, right? But if they're obese, then their body is running things. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Like there's no willpower. At that point. So like I think
That's
there's
the drug they're on.
Yeah, there's a duality of mind and body, and I think that people can exist just body, like with no thoughts in their head, no fucking, you know what I mean, smooth brains.
But they can do intellectual things, though. They can be the executive or the director in the company.
Yeah.
So they have cognitive function.
They
It's
have
just,
function,
I guess,
just different.
But then, don't they have to like reason with like their own past knowledge and then compare like the history of something to what the situation I'm in now?
Yeah.
So how do I act? So
Of
there
course,
has to
yeah.
be
Well,
some kind of.
There's
has
got to
to
be
Well, maybe
something,
not
like,
actually.
some people like, all right, like I can visualize fruit and fucking smell it in my head, and like I can, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? But I can absolutely
Yeah.
fucking like remember what shit smells like and what fucking like, you know, what things taste like and what they look like down to like a very fucking pixelated detail, you know? And like some people have
Maybe it's the whole imagination. Like as a child, it's like, oh, children have imagination. That's just for children. And
Yeah.
people- I don't know, because I feel like most children are very inquisitive, and that would have to have some kind of thought behind it. But I do question the whole NPC meme for sure.
Yeah.
because they're
I'm
they're
just saying
either
look
like
into
in,
that shit.
I don't know what it means though. I don't know.
There's
Well, I'm
also
saying what that means is that there's a level of sociopathy inside fucking society. And we saw it with COVID when the system changed, when daily life changed and everybody put the fucking mask on, did the thing. If you weren't one of the people to conform, you were a fucking like an outlaw, right? And that comes down to like people who are afraid to fucking change because they're afraid to like deviate their schedule. Like they're afraid of change, those type of people. And when the system changed, they fucking lost their shit. And then they lost their shit again when we went back. Because how the fuck can you go back to not being safe, i.e. having masks on and shit like that? I think there's a level of sociopathy in society where, like, say if the power went out, there would be fucking way crazier things going on because these people would snap. Because I don't know, there's no routine going on to keep them locked in. Because I really don't think a lot of these people have thoughts in their heads, really. And I look at it almost like an appeal to authority fallacy. Like you grow up listening to fucking the news tell your parents what is right and what is wrong, right? And then when you grow up and you don't listen to your parents anymore, but you watch the news too, and then you both agree with your parents because now you have a new authority, right? So like the new authority is the TV. It's on the TV. It's got to be true. You know, that whole mentality.
They may not have thoughts in their heads, but they have thoughts in their beds.
I think
bars.
that mentality, the mentality of mainstream media, I think, is actually to a certain extent dying with the ousting of Tucker Carlson, mostly for conservatives, and just a natural progression of watching. Just I've been off TV for a long time, but just a natural progression of new entertainment means like YouTube and different platforms that a lot of people kind of filter themselves onto. Joe Rogan on Spotify or whatever.
Yeah, but all these platforms are all fucking leftist though. All these platforms are all
I mean
leftist
even Fox News is kind of really a joke.
No, but like YouTube, you know, like
Rumble's not too bad. BitChute's the best.
They come off mainstream and they get on YouTube, but it's like leftism only. If you say anything to the right, your fucking video gets 10 views. You know.
My YouTube got deleted for hate speech.
Well, I don't doubt that, P-Mars. Fucking A.
Wasn't even because of saying the N-word or anything. It was like, I don't even know what
Not this time.
So guys, explain this shit to me. All right, so the other day, like about a week ago now, fucking Joseph Piss Pants fucking Biden came out and did a little speech on the whole situation over in Palestine. And for whatever reason, he actually like was able to deliver a fucking coherent speech. So was he just yeeted up, or was that Jim Carrey in a fucking prosthetic mask?
It's probably AI.
AI?
No, they definitely jack him up on some shit, man, sometimes. Because sometimes he's like, and sometimes he's like, something like that, dude. Like where it's like, I don't know, implied that he's on something, or I don't know, dude.
I mean, he's so out of it, you know. Usually he's just literally falling over and with his eyes closed and just kind of like a
I like when he puts so much emphasis. He puts so much emphasis on something. He starts like yelling, and it's like it's not even cringe. It's just you just like what,
right?
Yeah.
Or creepy whispering.
Oh, the whispering, yeah. He goes on all ends, dude. That's NLP. Yeah.
And dude, how about going back on this topic that we were just touching on, the whole conflict over there? How about the fact that, or you know, the other thing that I was talking about after the fact, how I can't believe that these people get away with shit. So he during that speech, he was talking about, 50 years ago, on the first time I ever voted on the Senate floor, I was taken aside by someone from that place, and they told me, we have nowhere else to go. Yeah, because everybody has kicked this fucking group out because of the fucked up shit that they do to everybody everywhere they go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And,
And the 6 million prophecy.
and he was
It's
revealing
the
that.
boy who cried wolf, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I swear.
I couldn't believe he threw that in his fucking speech. Like, what are you saying, bro? You just like exposed the shit out of yourself, man. I mean, like, or out of that whole agenda, you know? But people aren't going to see it that way because it's not framed that way for them. It's been framed that, you know, that group is the innocent little victim and always has been and always will be because they're so helpless.
They can do no wrong. Which is so
chosen, bro.
It's so weird because the stories that you hear, and a lot of them, you know, it's hard to know if they're true or not, but it seems like they both are terrorists. Like they both like do some really terroristic things. It's so weird to think about, like, being from a, you know, quote unquote civilized country. Like, some of the things that like, their aspirations and stuff are just so off the charts, man. It just,
for being such a small place.
No, I don't know. It's like your amygdala is going off all the time because you're in a heightened state of threat, you know. So I don't know. We just have it too good over here, and I don't know how long that's gonna last. It's been too good for too long, and yeah, we got inflation and stuff like that, but there's no 2008 crisis. But I feel like something is on the rise. And I was saying earlier about the liberals always had Russia bee in their bonnet about them, but they also did about Iran. So you bringing that up about the ships, which the ships are in the area already. So if they sent them in the area closer, those ships didn't come from like America all the way over there. So the cruiser or whatever.
Yeah, for a carrier group, the whole fucking carrier group, like, it's a big ordeal. There's like 40 fucking ships.
Yeah, but they were already out there. Oh,
no, I know. Yeah, of course.
40
like,
ships?
Something like that. The submarines, it's like 7 submarines attached, of like 7 or 8 fucking destroyers, a bunch of frigates with a carrier. Yeah, a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, there's no way this is for fucking paragliders, bro.
Man. Yeah, I mean, and then when are you going to attack? These people who do stuff like that amongst a 60% population of children, like 1 million children.
I might be tripping, but I heard that the paragliding thing was a distraction, and then on the other side of the zone, some real big shit went down simultaneously. Am I tripping?
Possibly. I haven't really heard anything too much about it. I just know that there was videos of these fucking mad lads up in paragliders with fucking rifles. Like they're hitting
yeah.
Insane, dude. Look like PUBG, man. People even play PUBG. Yeah. Like,
you drop in real life with your best friend, you fucking pick up some fucking war brides, you fly back, like, come on, bro.
Not only that, it's so crazy to live in 2023 because these supposed terrorists or whatever, I don't know, they probably were, literally have a camera crew that filmed them before they left, as they left, when they dropped down.
Yeah.
There's a huge production behind these guys, dude. There's videos made. Propaganda, yeah. It's insane.
So
all these terrorist groups.
What about the propaganda that they were swooping in on their fucking hang gliders and scooping up American club sluts and shit that were partying in Israel and scooping them up and flying them back across the border?
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's so funny. That's like Ghost of Gaza. That's what I was calling them, the Ghost of Gaza. But
the Ghost of Kiev?
Yeah.
Wasn't that?
Ghost of Kiev never existed. That's why I was calling them the Ghost of Gaza. And then there was that, what was it? The dudes that fucking supposedly kidnapped the old Holocaust survivor lady, but they gave her the fucking rifle, and I'm like, yo, that's plausible deniability right there. What is this? What is going on? You don't kidnap them and give them a rifle. Get out of here, man.
Well, we also get that. So on the news they say, oh, there was a Holocaust survivor that was taken advantage, or they've taken to Gaza. And then we get, if you look at Twitter, if you're like connected to the Matrix, you'll see that they have videos of her with a gun in her hand. And
Yeah.
then on the news, they'll say 40 children, 40 babies, their heads popped off or whatever. And so far, I don't think that's been corroborated at all. I don't think that's been confirmed at all. So these memes keep getting like, and they never come back and correct it. They're just like, oh my God, the atrocities of now they're doing this, and they add them up. That's why I'm like, this isn't going. And the lady that was in the back of the truck that looked half naked, she's now the German that was at the party. She's now supposedly alive, even though that she was to leftist media raped and killed.
Yeah, that whole thing. Her leg was all fucking torn up. They brought her to a hospital.
Yeah, so all of these stories, dude, are starting to not be exactly what they're telling us. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, my mother-in-law, she was posting some shit on fucking Facebook today about like, oh, they're killing babies over there. I'm like, oh my God, like I haven't like, it's been like a few months since I talked to her. And I'm like, I haven't talked to you in a few months, and all of a sudden you believe in this bullshit. And I'm like, they've already run this script like 4 or 5 times in the past 2 decades, and I hit her with the whole like the babies and incubators thing in Kuwait. I'm like, stop believing that shit. They do this every time. Like,
that's basically what it is. Then I don't know. I can't corroborate it either way. But there was, what was it? There was also a van that looked like there was children were set on fires. The claim that Hamas did to Israeli children, and then now it seems like it's turning out to be that it might be the other way around. So. They say the fog of war, but nowadays with the disinformation and the trolls, the bots and shit like that, with the AI now going to be on top of it here in a couple of years is going to be, you can't believe in video almost anymore.
can we just use Mossad's tagline of war through deception?
Yeah.
That's their tagline. That's their own that's their slogan.
Well, their new slogan should be, defense of fucking paragliders or something,
Right?
They'll
probably get a fucking Oscar. They'll probably get an Oscar for that or something.
There's a lot of things that had to fail for them to be able to pull off something. If it was like, oh, they threw all they had at us and like 20 people got through or something, would have been a little more plausible, but I don't know.
Well, the 2015 thing, they built fucking tunnels. They fucking dug tunnels. They did all kinds of shit and got into the cities. And like, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of fucking work. They didn't do any work. They were let in. They were fucking let in. Let's be serious. Look, that's why I'm saying, like, Mossad, no way they didn't know that shit. They know fucking when I drop a hard J on fucking Facebook right away. Like, you know what I mean? Like, delete my
Jonathan
comment,
Greenblatt's right there.
Right, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, come on, let's be serious here. Like, technology is at the point where as soon as you fucking say something cross, it is flagged and put into a folder and fucking examined by AI, and it tells them whether or not X, Y, or Z. That's where we're at right
Easily. Now. Yeah. Web crawler basically just saying ones and zeros yes for, which is funny because there's so much nuance that you can add to stuff that they can't detect as much, It might flag you the other way if you say it in such a way,
I'm worried you guys have done a bunch of trigger bombs on my show tonight. That they're gonna take it
sure.
down.
It's been great. No, don't take it down, dude.
No, I'm worried that they're gonna take it down.
Nah. Just for good old boy white supremacists. some Nazi ass motherfuckers, dude.
No, probably not.
Let's get back on that hungry shit. Yeah, that fucking clergy plan is shaping up. Now all of a sudden you think about if all these fucking fighting age men that have been led into Western nations all of a sudden start fucking flipping shit. People got some fucking cleanup to do. It's gonna fucking halt everything. Just throw that out there.
Bring out the tools. Bring out the toolbox.
They call it full spectrum dominance, man. They get you in every single way of your life, man. And for whatever means that they want. And it's always the mysterious they. Some say the Who's, some say the Freemasons, and fucking, But there's an obvious control mechanism. Some say the Rothschild is no one knows really.
I mean, completely random fact. They rhymes with randomly the letter J. Crazy.
True. Well, quite possibly. But there's
But-
also the Z's.
That's true. That's a big element. Jay-Z's, you know, there's Jay-Z's out there. Popular artists, you know what I'm saying?
I read the book
Ed,
The Technological Society, and it says that like there's no humans in control anymore, that like the system is taking on a life of its own and the elite are like enslaved to the system.
That's what Noah Yuval Harari has been saying with the fucking World Economic Forum for the past fucking like 2-3 years.
There's a big AI
just
fucking
degenerates.
massive. There's just
That
some
people
secret
should
underground shit, and there's an AI computer down there just basically managing humanity right now.
We probably been dealing with that shit for a fucking while. Before I got on the call with you guys are talking about Q stuff. I think Q's been AI since this whole fucking time.
Mm.
Wow. That'd be funny. How did it get someone smart as Cathexis?
Because that's just the drugs.
What happened to Cathexis? Is he been around?
Well, I don't know, man. After
He
that
just
whole
appeared,
fucking that thing with Karen or whatever, I haven't talked to him since then.
Yeah, what happened? What I don't remember. Refresh me.
Remember that dude, his buddy Blaze came to like me and FaZe and Rusted Soul, and like he told us this whole thing about how like they were taking his fucking talking points and like putting them into like putting them into a speech so she could give it at the fucking one of the conferences. And he told us, he sent us. We was like talking to him in a Discord server. It was just like via text. I think I still have it all screenshotted somewhere. But he was telling us this whole fucking thing about like they're taking all his information that he's fucking like talking to him about, and then he checked them. He wrote that he checked them on it, and they said, "Well, we were going to bring you in on this." And it's his words. And then that's when I checked fucking Kath and Karen about that, and then Karen magically her computer died, and she showed up with those pieces of paper in the Trapper Keeper or whatever. She dropped the Trapper Keeper and lost place of all the fucking pages. She claimed her fucking computer died or whatever, and I was like, "Yeah, because you got called out on the fucking plagiarism shit."
Ed and Rusted came on my show, and I helped you guys expose that the day after that it happened.
So yeah, Kath
How long
never
ago was
talked to me
that?
again after that. Kath never talked to me again after that, and I don't think he ever went back on the internet after that.
Timmy, there's a fucking episode of Validation Boy live stream guest Ed Upside Down Head and Rusted Soul, and it's like the day of or the day after all the or no, it was a couple months later, wasn't it?
I don't know, man. All the shit rolls together. It's been almost a decade now.
Well, I remember some shit went down, and then you and her wanted to get on my show that day, and I was like, "Yeah, come on." So I think it's something else, some part of the story development.
We did a couple videos before the fucking before the conference because we got out in front of it.
Yeah,
When was this? How
It was
many
the
years ago?
second conference. It was
18.
It was that fucking night I got all hammered drunk on your channel and acted a fool.
2018.
On mine?
Yeah, remember I was all fucking tore up, bro. It was VUBB and fucking
Jed,
was Jed on there?
probably.
I don't know, but yeah, it was an interesting night.
Okay.
But it was that time
Nice.
frame.
Wow.
His channel.
Well, what's funny is I never talked to him after I don't even know how I told or got this story, but supposedly Lucifer Tim looked up to me like a god or something, like I was going to be his cult follower or something, or he would follow me. And I said something on a stream one time or something against Cathexis where I was mad at him one time about seemingly being dishonest, I'm sure. And I guess Cathexis then got like a bunch of threats, and this Lucifer Tim's in the OTO, and Cathexis was like very fucking scared about, them finding him in Florida or something like that.
Oh, I remember that time frame. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
dude.
talking to him then. Yeah, it was a little bit
Sometimes I
after
feel
that.
so naive, dude. Sometimes I feel so naive to like have something happen to me like that. Like Lucifer Tim, I didn't know anything like that. But I don't even know if I can trust the story because it's from a QAnon believer. So I just
Yeah. Kath was telling me that fucking Banksy was stalking him for a while, and I was like, bro, you all right? You okay, dude? Like he thought Lucifer Tim and fucking some other dude was Banksy, and that they were trying to fucking stalk him or something like that. And he was like going on. I was like, man. And the fucked up thing is, he had just moved, I guess, back to like where he grew up or something. And I was like, oh, you probably know old hookups. You probably fell into some fucking bad habits. Like I don't know. That's speculation because dude fell the fuck off. You know what I mean? And I was solid with that dude for fucking years, and then he just kind of lost it.
I wish Twit would stalk me.
Hell yeah. Twit's my new favorite YouTube personality. That's the truth.
Where is she? Is she on like Gem server or something, or just in the chat?
I think
She's
she
in
gave
the
it up.
chat tonight.
I think she gave up Gen server.
Dude, I made a fucking
Wow.
new account on Discord, and I joined Gem server, and they instantly banned me. Like, fucking A, dude.
I haven't been over there
Yeah.
in years, bro.
Yeah, me neither. Actually, it's been at least probably about 5 for me.
Twit is known to fucking lurch all around Gem Panda's fucking shit, dude.
No, I think she
bet.
like had a disagreement with Gem or something happened. I don't think they're.
She
friends
chose
anymore.
him for me instead of me.
Twit's
Back in the
queen,
day.
bro. Twit's queen.
Like they
Gem-
allowed me to be like muted by Spurs and a bunch of other people just for having and like flat earthers. They would give permissions to that server, which really Mr. B was the one who created that. I was all around at the beginning.
How could
Yeah.
How could Gem Panda be in control of a server and be letting flat earthers run roughshod on anti-flat earthers?
Well, it was supposed to be fair, which is fine, but they would never give me even any. I just said, hey, don't just give me enough permission to not be muted by idiots. Like, why am I being muted?
Yeah, because Spurs Keysmo, I assumed he would just mute the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
not fair. Not fair.
me and Jem fell out, but really, I listen to Jem's stuff, and it's like this secular atheist, very liberal, anti-conservative, anti-conspiracy. So it's interesting that we even really hit it off to begin with, because he's such a libtard, man. He's
Flaming,
something
bro.
else.
He said he started out in the atheist community, like debating theists, and then he got tired because he had no evidence for atheism, so he switched to flat Earth.
He was
Yeah,
doing
it's where he can feel superior of others. Basically, that's what
Yeah.
it is.
Didn't he start covering Mudflood too, or something? Trying to debunk Mudflood, or no?
I think that falls into the lines of like not being able to debunk like one of the like an undebunkable conspiracy, where it's like very vague and like maybe in the past, or they're looking at pictures or something. It's like what are you supposed to do? Oh, they used to build buildings differently, and that's I don't even know what
Well,
the
there's
arguments for that is.
I fucking looked up Mudflood one day. I spent 10 hours researching it on a live stream with me and Rusty Toll, and in 10 hours, I fucking debunked the entirety of it. I'm not even kidding.
What's the debunk though?
Okay. Most of the fucking mudflood pictures are from California, right? And in California, there was this thing called an arc storm. An arc storm of 1861, right? So this arc storm dumped so much fucking water and rain in one season to saturate the land, and then fucking crushed the fucking mountains with snow, like 40 to 60 feet. And then when this wasn't the arc storm. The arc storm was in the spring when it came, and it was just a river of
Melted
water.
ice
Hit for like 40 fucking days. It's 40 nights. Yeah, brother. Something like that.
from off the mountain. The ice off the mountain.
No. It rained on top of the snow, and it fucking melted everything, and it was just a wash. So the inland valley of California, from like the whole valley, was an inland sea up to like 20 to 40 feet deep in certain spots. So like certain cities got fucking inundated. Like, I can't remember fucking cities in California because I don't care.
And that's when you get the windows and shit, right? Because of that.
So So this is the thing. But if you look back at maps in history, sometimes you see California as an island, right? Well, this is a thing that happens every 2 to like 300 years. Is that right? So the inland valley of California turns into an actual fucking, because there's so much water that it like pours out into the ocean both sides, and like and fucks everything up. So everybody in like LA died. Everybody, and LA was a swamp for like fucking like 60 years afterward. And so yeah, so there's that fucking shit.
What year was this arc storm?
1861.
Los Angeles was already built up before that?
Kind of, not really. It was more of a village at that point in time.
More
But
woodless.
so all the pictures of the recovery after the water happened, there was mud up to like, 10, 15, 20 feet in certain fucking cities, and they just could only build on top of what existed. So a lot of these pictures you see is usually in California in this area, right? Now, when it comes to orphan trains, we had potato famine and food famines because of the little ice age that affected Europe at that time when they couldn't grow crops. Look that shit up. That's like the mid 1840s, something like that. What they did is they sent all their children to the United States of America. And what America did was they took their kids, they put them on trains, and they sent them to essentially fucking be indentured servants out to the fucking Midwest to graze, to be farmers and grow food, is really what happened. And the same thing fucking happened in the 1860s, 1870s, after fucking the Civil War, when there's a bunch of fucking orphans all over the place. So they sent them out to the farms. Same fucking shit. Same pictures. Right? So we have orphan trains. We got mud houses.
What about Indianapolis and that whole area and all the Greek-looking, Roman-looking structures that appear to have been there for thousands of years?
Right. Society used to be fucking more about art as opposed to uniformity, where now it's about process and money and, like Tim was talking about, economics. And we have centralized governments now as opposed to back then when it was more like they'd pay artists to do X, Y, and Z.
Mudflooders are claiming that these big buildings in these capitals were already there before, the American.
These same people say that fucking aliens built the pyramids without any fucking information whatsoever, just because they think that man couldn't. Like, why couldn't man do that? Why couldn't there have been better technology before? But it's still man. Like, let's be serious. There could have been a trick they had. Like, we have no idea. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I just look at the whole mud flood tots area thing. I'm like, it's a cool idea, I guess, but like, you're really just saying like, before photography, I claim X, Y, and Z because you can't prove me otherwise.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. And it's just historical revisionism gone to the extreme.
Yeah. And there's a couple examples of actual big time fucking floods like in California. And that shit went all the way into Phoenix too. Look that up. And that's why there's a lot of like big arroyos in southern fucking Arizona and California and pretty much the Sonoran Desert. That's why that's all fucking washed out arroyos, because there's so much water, and this is a reoccurring event. So this should probably happen again before too long. Who knows?
Lately in the mud flood scene, there's been all this talk of equating it to the biblical flood and all this, and they're now claiming that historical figures that we thought were 1,000 years ago or 500 years ago were really just a couple hundred years ago. It's interesting.
That's actually something that I think John LeBon kind of started to at least self-figure out about, like through a different means as far as looking at primary sources.
Yeah, primary source
Seeing how
document
old those
is the whole
are.
angle.
Yeah.
But no, go on about what John LeBon's doing.
Oh, just in the way that he kind of came to the conclusion that history isn't as at least written history, I suppose, isn't as long as they're trying to tell us.
Yeah.
Damn, he's still putting out videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more like a reminisce. Like he reminisces about like what he did in the past and stuff like that. That's usually what these truthers do. I mean, even Corbett Report, I sometimes am like, wow, they're just like rehashing stuff or self-congratulating almost. Like in the beginning of the interview.
He has a video 7 months ago with Tim Osman.
Who?
Yeah, oh, dude, he's been big into
IPS?
fucking IPS. Him and IPS are buddy now. They fucking elbow
Oh,
rubbers.
for
Yeah,
sure. Auto hoaxers for life. Yeah.
yeah. I hope John LeBon's still not doing the war is fake fucking shtick. That's when he lost me. I was like, bro.
Definitely.
Bro,
Oh,
you're trying to
yeah.
tell me
He's
men
gone
don't
for it.
war? I'm like, you're trying to tell me men don't kill? Like, the killing is, if you look at evolution, if you believe in evolution, you have to understand killing is before speaking, right? Like, it would be easier to make man stop speaking than it is to stop them from killing. Like, this is ingrained in us. It's ingrained in everything. Like, we kill. Everything kills. Like, so for like John LeBon or anybody to say war is a hoax, I'm like, you are fucking retarded. I can't understand. Like, he used to be like, war is a hoax. World War I, World War II, total hoax. And I'm like, so you have to somehow justify the destruction of Europe twice in like a 60-year span. Like, what are you talking about? The destruction and rebuilding. It's stupid. What's the
Yeah,
point?
the Dave J and
I was
like
gonna
the
say, yeah.
IPS style auto hoaxers, though. I mean, even right now, they don't think anyone's dying over in Ukraine. No one's dying over in
Dude, I found Dave
Palestine.
J recently. And I convinced him to re-upload the Popo Music Volume 1 and 2. It exists, and I can send you links. I don't know if you
Really?
remember that. Where he's playing guitar and he's like a toothless fucking heroin addict singing fucking stupid songs. I don't know if you ever saw those.
Wow, I don't think so. Wow. He had some great just like freakouts, like with Jeranism. He'd be like calling him Jerry and stuff. He had some
Right.
good bits back in the day.
If people don't know what we're talking about, Dave J is the guy that did Katy Perry as John Benet Ramsey that ran with the actual fucking like mainstream media. He's like the one that broke that like pierced the veil.
That's his
Essentially.
claim to fame. That's his claim to fame. Yeah.
Essentially, yeah. And yeah, Timmy and him used to battle all the fucking time. It was really that shit was funny back in the day, bro.
Definitely.
What was his heroin dealing fucking operation? It was like Dragon fucking something or other, like Dragon Paints. No, that was that was
Oh yeah, it was something Purple Dragon.
Purple Dragon. That's what it was.
Purple
Yeah.
Dragon art supplies and shit.
That's funny. Well, it's good talking to you, boys. I need to get out of here. It's been a long time. Appreciate you. Good chatting with you.
All right.
Sure, brother. Good talk.
Yeah, we'll have to do it again.
Good having you, Tim.
Later, fellas.
Come back when the next current thing happens.
Yeah.
I will support it until then. Later.
Wait.
Later, bub.
Brutal.
I'm pretty tired too.
Yeah. I guess it's been 4 hours. I guess I should end it.
And
Right on. All right. Well, shout out to everybody in the chat.
Well, unless there's anything else pressing that you had to talk about, Ed.
I don't know if you want to talk about white people. I'm down.
Have you seen this fucking Have you seen the Netflix movie, the fucking They Clone Tyrone?
No, but it sounds fucking interesting.
It's fucking Netflix full on fucking K-Plan, extreme K-Plan propaganda and shit, dude. If you got Netflix, just watch the movie.
I don't give money to the Obamas.
Oh, the one of the redeeming things about it is that Jamie Foxx is in it.
Is this when he got cloned? Oh yeah. That's why he see. I thought his whole fucking vaccine injury fucking suspicion or whatever, his stroke or whatever. I think that was a big fucking just play on things because he released the whole like I'm a clone fucking movie, and he made a comment that he was a clone before the movie came out, and everybody was like, "What? What the fuck is he talking about?" And then that gins up a bunch of news and press, and then all of a sudden his new movie comes out on Netflix, and I'm like, "Oh, he's scammed everybody."
Wow. Yeah. I mean, because now he's riding around on the boat playing pickleball with his fucking daughters and shit.
Yeah, he's fine.
And some people were pointing out that in the midst of all this, they were like, "Oh, look at this camera shot of him getting out of the truck at the hospital. He doesn't have a tattoo on the side of his head. Where the fuck Jamie Foxx's tattoo go on the side of his head and shit? He's been cloned and shit." It's like, yeah, or they just put makeup over it real quick and took this stupid fucking 1080 or fucking 800 pixel fucking potato picture of the side of his head real quick and put it on TikTok and try to zoom in, it's all blurry and shit.
If you know you have people waiting for you with cameras, it's not hard to get publicity. If you really think about it, you just have to do some fucking wacky shit. And like, I think Jamie Foxx is smart enough to fucking do some wacky shit.
So, I mean, I guess he's like, there's 3 main stars in the movie and he's just one of 3. He's not like the main protagonist. He's like kind of a supporting actor.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he's one of the executive producers and I didn't look at the credits or something. Is that what the situation is? Like he's behind this project, or is he just participating in this project? If you know.
Oh, I have no idea. I just know the situation behind him fucking being injured, because people speculated as it being vaccine injury, and I was like, there's no evidence to support any of that. Like
Yeah.
there's nothing other than somebody saying something on the internet, and I'm like, oh yeah, well, let's believe that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's just all movie hype, I guess.
Yeah. And then when it all came to fruition, and I was like, oh, I see what happened. I see what he did. He fucked everybody up.
And it's, yeah, and it's like sci-fi horror thriller all wrapped up into one.
Yeah. Yeah. It was good marketing, is what it was.
Yeah, and the movie now, it's one of these onions where, just like any good movie, it's an onion, and certain people are going to get it on shallow levels, and then there's deeper levels, and then there's like real deep levels where when you're thinking about the movie an hour after it ended and you think it all through, what's the real end game? And the real end game of the movie is just straight up K-Plan and shit.
Yeah.
And it's just scary, bro. I just can't believe that the K-Plan is like gaining a lot of traction lately. And I think BLM might have had something to do with that and shit, you know. Because this movie is like that. The movie starts out with, am I going to spoil it for you? I don't know.
Oh, I don't care.
The movie starts out and it's a demonstration of all the quote things that are wrong with America right now, basically.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh shit, I can't believe this. Is this movie fucking, you know, Supreme Pizzas and shit over here? Like, what are we doing? You know, that's what it looks like. It's like, damn, this movie's fucking showing you some real shit, you know? And then it gets a little comedy going shit, you know? And then fucking by the end of it, they're in this underground thing. And then there's these people and they're creating new hybrids. And it's all an agenda to basically take the less desirables and mix them with the more desirables. And then hopefully the outcome is something blended in the middle that's great for everybody, even though we know logically that's not how genetics actually work. And that's the worst possible fucking thing you could do and shit. And but that's the agenda behind it, is that school of thought. So it's like very, I don't know if it's Margaret Sanger-esque or if it's more this whole swirling, I don't know who's, I get K-Plan is the term. Yeah. I don't know if it's more Margaret Sanger, compassionate euthanasia kind of approach, or if it's more of a K-Plan euthanasia approach for two races at the same time. You get what I'm saying? Either way, in the end, the whole thing is like K-Plan good. You must do this. That's the solution and shit, you know?
What do you mean by K-Plan? Explain that to me.
Homogenization. Taking two things that are different, mixing them up.
I'm retarded. Shut up. Stop. Okay, don't worry about it. I got you. I'm sorry. That went right over my head, dude. It's right in front of my face.
Well, that's the agenda of this movie, because it's like shown, and and you know, a lot of the black conspiracy theory people are like all hyped on the movie because they're taking the first hour of the movie where it's like pointing out their faults in their shitty hip hop culture to them and like shaming them to their face about, look how shitty you guys are sometimes. This is what you fucking guys do.
Okay, you're saying is the movie big brain and angled towards fucking K-Plan. I get you. I'd say yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that shit's real. Fuck what anybody says. I don't give a goddamn.
That movie is like the ultimate K-Plan propaganda piece for the modern of 2023. You know, it's like, wow. And it's going to inspire that to happen. And then there's this fucking YouTube personality who used to be on PragerU. And she is 50-50. And she was a former extreme leftist turned right-winger now.
You're talking about Candy. Yeah.
No. It's another girl named Amala.
Oh.
She's very young. She's like 20, 21, something like that, 22.
Okay.
But she's popular. And she's 50-50. And she's like, her whole agenda, well, you know, she talks about like, you know, like Brett Cooper, Michael Knowles level shit, or she'll talk about, you know, whatever's like in the mainstream that week of like the, you know, the message, the agenda, and she like stands up against it and from a conservative standpoint, you know, now, or like a centrist / conservative standpoint, like a common sense, logical standpoint.
Yeah.
So she's being adopted by the right and shit. But every fourth or fifth video is just her subconsciously or what she thinks is clever, just pushing K-Plan because she is a walking K-Plan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, the see, people don't understand, like, all right,
She is that.
the same people that will fight, like they'll go to Africa and like fight to the death to save the fucking black rhino because it's like the last like 5 black rhinos that exist. Wouldn't do that for like the last fucking white Caucasians. Right? And there's a problem with that. Right? Like racial
Yeah.
purity has to exist. It has to. Like, what's the fucking point? People fucking treasure pure breed dogs, but when people all of a sudden they give you this propaganda bullshit, like, oh, we are one race, the human race. No, motherfucker. Like, I'm like Anglos are not Mediterraneans, and Mediterraneans are not Germanic, and Germanics aren't Slavs, and Slavs aren't fucking Finns. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's a little different. There's all these fucking different racial phenotypes for whites, and then you get into blacks, and you have Houthis, Tutsis, Bantus, Khoisans. You know what I mean? Like, it's, and like you have a shit ton of different races inside of Africa alone, and then you go to fucking Asia and you're like, oh, wait a second, we have, you know, Indians, we have Hindus, we have Pakis, you know what I mean? There's all types of different fucking people, and like there's all types of different fucking races per all these different phenotypes. With there's a shit ton of fucking human races. There's like 60 or 70 of them, and people don't acknowledge that.
And I believe in God, and I believe God created all them different races, and there's probably a reason for it, whatever that is. And we're stupid humans; we might not know, but there probably is obviously a reason for that. So whatever.
My point is that, like, why would people fucking go out of their way to undo the existence of them, right? Why wouldn't they save the fucking ones, like just like they would save the rhinos or save the whales or something, like save the whites? What's the difference? Like, what's the fucking difference? There is no difference. Like, but you know, it just comes down to compassion, reasoning, and an understanding of what is what. And like the worst thing the worst thing people could do is homogenize. And the reason for that is because if everybody homogenizes, then all these ethnic fucking diseases and racial genes that happen to migrate into the system, everybody fucking has. What it does is that concept creates an entire fucking class of humanity that never existed before. The always sick, that'll always have to go to the pharmaceutical companies
Because they'll have the worst bits of everybody.
Yeah, they will be, and the pharmaceutical companies will be fucking king because they will have an underclass, and essentially to be the whole concept of a company store, because you'll have a bunch of people that'll die if they don't take the drugs. That's it, and that's where we're at right now with the fucking COVID shots. The people that took that shit, they're fucked. They have to keep taking it.
Allegedly.
Oh shit. Allegedly.
You know.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
So.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Was on it too.
But it's okay, bro. I don't care. I just want this up so I can watch it back later. Damn, man, you fucking ranted. You went on a serious rant there and moved the subject along. I was still on some old shit that we were getting at.
Sorry, dude.
Oh yeah, we were talking about the different dog breeds and shit like that, you know. And what my whole concern is that, and this is the concern that's been in this, you know, I guess they call it extreme right wing culture that's been existing. This is the main concern. It's like, I don't see sub-Saharan Africa begging to have, you know, Middle Easterners transplanted into mixed races with them. I don't see Southeast Asians begging for like the white man to come in and mix races with them and shit, you know. I don't see China begging for fucking Turkish people to come in and intermingle with them. But for some reason, only one group is expected to undergo that transaction, and it's like that one group is the whore to mix with all of the others.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's forced upon the whites and the white nations. Yeah, and it's done by the fucking the Khazar types.
Wow.
You know, and that's the truth, dude. And it's lobbied for, and it's all on the K plan. It's all on the Pike letters. It's the whole thing.
So my Adamic shit Is that just too extreme? Is it too extreme to integrate the Bible and Adam and Eve and everything and the family tree of that had the knowledge of good and evil versus the
I don't
family
think
tree of
so.
life?
Bro, I'm about to release a fucking video, and I've talked about this fucking time and time again.
Yeah, I
In
know.
the next 2 months, it's gonna. In the next 2 fucking months, it will be fucking released. Right? It will be. I
So
promise you.
in Big Mac Miller Light time, a month equals a year. So
Fuck
in
that.
2025, maybe July
No.
of 2025, we'll start to see a trailer pop out on the YouTube
In
channel.
2086, I'm gonna feature a Holocaust survivor, and
Oh.
we're gonna fucking present my new video.
Allegedly.
No, man, my fucking I'm gonna make this shit, and like I'm gonna bring in a new idea to the table, and like I really want everybody to watch it.
Oh, I'm gonna watch the fuck out of it. But the thing
It
is,
will be made within 2 months. Fuck you, FaZe. I see you. Shout out. What's up?
did I take it too far with the Adamic bloodline, the family tree that had the knowledge of good and evil?
I don't think so.
I mean, doesn't the correlations all make sense? It all adds up.
Yeah, Moses landed on Ararat, right? And Noah landed on Ararat, and Moses was the fucking god of the Aryan because he was after the bull, which is why he commanded everybody to slay the people worshiping the calf, because he was represented by the fucking ram's horn, because he's the Aryan god.
Whoa.
Noah landed on Ararat. Right? They're the same fucking structural words. It's the same concept.
Wow.
I think it's just the age of white people, but it might just be towards like white people expanse, because that's essentially what happened. I mean, if you really look at everything, like histories and stuff.
Is it fair to say that some of the best technology comes from Whitey?
I'd say the most innovative, maybe not the most like engineered, like the best engineered. But
I know China and alleged ancient China, they were coming up with some seriously fucking amazing fucking concepts and machines. Weren't they? I mean, they were. And a lot of the shit that we use in the West is rooted in like, Asia and shit.
Japan was the only country that could figure out aircraft carriers, other than the United States. Even still to this day, the aircraft carrier that China has was built by Russia. The thing hardly floats.
Historically, Japan inherited all of their industrialist culture. Anything to do with their industrialism has all been inherited and like forced upon them, but they wanted it upon them. And that's why Japan's culture has shifted to this like
by the Jomon.
This psychotic obsession with overworking yourself or else you're dishonoring your fucking family and shit.
Yeah, it was delivered to them by the Jomon, the original inhabitants of Japan, Jomon, and those are white people. If you look at them, they're whiteys.
Oh.
They're Jomon. They're considered to be Aryans. That's why the whole the Third Reich type people consider them honorary Aryans, because the blood of Aryans is there, and you can find it everywhere. Like it's in Iran, it's in India, it's in fucking Russia, it's all over the place. Essentially, the blonde hair, blue eye genes is the whole the whole thing behind it. Really, if you watch Robert Seffer's videos, he gets into it. I don't know if you're into that guy.
Never heard of it.
All right, write that down. Seriously, really write that down. Robert Seffer, Sephr.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
I'll look for it now.
Dude's got a fucking catalog. Watch every single video, bro. It's really interesting. It's about anthropology and stuff like that. It's like really based in actuality, and he has links and stuff.
Okay. There's a channel I watch called Real Life Lore, and it's just history, but it's presented so fucking well. And he gets past all the bullshit and he tells you the truth. Like he's down and shit. But it's like very highly well produced fucking YouTube content. I'm sure that guy makes a fuckload of money off YouTube, but his shit's good though. I watch his they're like an hour long. He'll be like, why Iran is really trying to invade fucking, Turkey or whatever the fuck shit's going on or some shit. Like, oh shit. Fucking highly educational, bro.
Yeah.
Highly educational. I learned all about the true crossroads of Earth, which is that fucking one canal right there in the Middle East where all the oil comes in and out and everything's right there. It's like the true crossroads of the world. And that's why. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
FaZe is that. Shout out FaZe.
Yeah. FaZe for life, bro. He could get in here if he wants, bro. I wish he would.
Just waking up, making pancakes or something.
I mean, he could tighten up and get in here. But yeah, I mean, like real life lore, that shit's good shit, bro. I've learned a lot of fucking facts about world history and like economics and like what's going on currently with world economics and all this shit. And he
Yeah.
explains it real well.
My
Yeah.
favorite thing about
Phase, why don't you paraglide in here?
Yeah, phase. We got club chicks in here for you, bro. Scoop these hoes up. Damn, I get no love for that, guys. Damn. Crickets.
awkward silence.
Yeah, I thought my fucking shit was broken, bro.
I'm just trolling, dude.
I got no love for that fucking savage comment and shit.
Oh man, FaZe, defend your honor. Get in here.
FaZe, get that ass in here, bro. Stop playing, FaZe. Face.
Fuck. P-Miles, you still biking all over North Dakota? Apparently not.
Yeah, I try to bike. I've been only doing in the summer. I was doing it twice a day, but now it's getting a little colder. I'm just doing it like once a day. But I got an electric bicycle VB, and I put over 5,000 miles on it already.
Sick,
Yeah.
dude.
I got it last summer. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I got two Bluetooth speakers on that shit, and so I just like ride around like bike past nature trails, blaring music, and it probably annoys people. And shit.
Yeah.
There's a
You're
lot
that
of whites in North Dakota, aren't there?
Yeah. When I was a kid, there was like hardly any black people. There was some like refugees and shit. But like, we got these like oil rush out west of the state, and then Katrina brought a lot of black people in. So there's actually a lot of black people here now.
Like New
Not a
Orleans.
lot, but
New Orleans, like hard of southern.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if like a bunch of people fleeing New Orleans came here, but it's probably more the oil fields brought. There's a lot of jobs out west, and then black people filtered over here.
Wow.
Dude, you know what's funny?
I was just dating a black chick actually.
You know what's funny about like what people consider white supremacists? Right?
What?
I've never known a white supremacist. Every single fucking like racist white person I know is a Jewish supremacist that fucking thinks that like the Jays are like running the show.
Now,
And I'm like, it's clearly not white supremacy.
I remember
back
back in the 9/11 truther days, it would be like people. There'd be the J people, and then there'd be the Jesuit people, and they would like argue over whether it was the Jesuits or the Jays.
yeah.
Now
Yeah.
you don't really hear that. I don't really hear that shit anymore.
Nope.
But that's funny though, Ed. Yeah, I know. It's like you ask someone who's got issues, what's really behind it. It always ends up that they're saying they're making the claim that this other group is somehow actually being superior.
Yeah, it
Like
has
how-
nothing to do with superiority whatsoever. It has everything to do with the pissed off fucking white man being inferior to some shape or form, and like, it's amazing propaganda because it works on everybody.
It does, yeah. But if you go a little deeper and take it to its conclusion, the idea is that Whitey is really in chains, and that we maybe are like the great, savior, and that once we can get out these chains, then
Dude, Mark Potok, Potok at the SPLC, used to keep a fucking graph behind his fucking desk for pictures. You can find pictures of this dude with a graph behind his desk talking about the percentage of whites in America and how it goes down throughout the fucking decades.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's active organizations trying to diversify America, and diversity means no white people.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. Diversity means no white people.
Yep.
Or less white people. I know FaZe is talking about oppressed whites, but no, bro, fuck that. Like you can't even find white couples in fucking TV commercials anymore. That shit don't
Yep.
exist.
One has to be of a different, yeah.
Right, they're actively pushing against it. And like 3 years ago, they were talking about replacement theory, like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory, blah blah blah. And like now, it's like there's active organizations that are fucking shipping like hundreds of thousands of fucking people into this country. So,
I
you know
got-
what I mean?
I got chosen for the census like a couple of years ago, and like I think filling out surveys of any kind is unethical because those statistics are just used to enslave and control people.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, so like they asked me but like with the census, I'm legally obligated to fill that shit out. Like I have to, and they asked me what my race was, and I said Martian.
Oh shit. Yeah. So how was it dating the black girl?
It was like having someone ask you for money all the time.
Really? She used to ask you for money all the time?
Yeah, the last two black girls I dated, they just fucking asked me for money all the time. It's like, it's fucking.
Did you do it?
She had like, one of them I gave some money to, but then this one I'm not doing that ever again, because it's just like I don't like that. It's
Dark of
just-
the berry, sweet of the juice.
It's more like a prostitution or something.
Did you
Fucking,
get it? Did you get anything out of the whole situation?
the one I gave money to, I mean, I got the banger, I guess. If that's what you mean.
That was a prostitute, bro.
Pretty much is what it felt like.
How long
But
did
I-
that whole situation last? From
I
beginning
don't
to
want a
end?
prostitute. Not very long. I don't want like because I don't want. I immediately like cut it off because like it's just like
Why was she like showing up and being a psycho? Was she blowing up your phone too much? What was she doing?
she was like gaslighting me.
Oh, about where she was and what she was doing and shit.
No,
like that?
just about like I don't know. It's
About what?
I don't really want to get into it, but she was like manipulative, like, and so I cut it off as soon as she started doing the manipulative shit, gaslighting.
Yeah.
And then this last one, she had like a bunch, like 25 grand credit card debt, bunch of student loan debt, fucking
It's fucked up that she even let you know about that at all. That's her own.
mortgage.
That's her own fucking business. You know.
a
What I'm saying?
mortgage and like a new car. Like, so she's in like fucking 300 grand of debt or something like insane.
So she was just trying to leech money off you.
I don't know. She asked me for money for her electric bill, and I didn't give her any money. And then she wanted money for like daycare, and I was like, no. And then she just kind of like stopped talking to me. So,
Yep.
but I don't really care. Like, it's like fucking. Well, I do dating apps, right? Because I don't have much of a social life. So like these chicks on dating apps are basically like prostitutes, I guess. They're just always asking for money and shit. So
Wow. So they'll show up and chill, and then they'll just start talking about money and shit.
yeah, I guess.
What a waste of time, bro.
Yeah.
You got
Hey,
to
let
go
me
to
shout out to FaZe talking about I want to be more inclusive because I'm saying that there's no more white people and no more white couples in commercials. No, I'm actively saying that they're purposely going out of the way to take white couples out of the fucking public lexicon, out of the public mindset. They're erasing white families. And like I'm noticing, that's it. I'm not trying to be more inclusive. I don't want to be represented. I don't give a fuck about that
I
shit.
think it's an attack on traditional values. They want to
Shout
promote
out
like
to FaZe.
they want to promote like atheism and nihilism because in like in an atheist worldview there's no external standard for values, and they want to eliminate traditional values so they can just the elite can do whatever the fuck they want.
Why is it so important for the elite to have this agenda of making sure that they can eradicate, racial purity out of multiple races? Why do they?
I don't think it's about race. It's about like
But why is it
traditional Christian values, actually, I think.
so? Christianity has to do with race, then?
I mean, it's I don't know. It's kind of connected to white people, I guess. But
Yeah,
black
it is,
people are
because
Christian.
There's no fucking Bibles written in fucking Hebrew, bro. Like the Greek Bibles are the only ones that are the oldest. So like it's a white fucking religion. So like What does Hebrews have to do with Greeks?
Wow.
Because like Zbigniew Brzezinski talked about a new elite unrestrained by traditional values.
History is not what you
And-
think it is what it is.
And
I
then
was
it-
li-
Religion like slows down scientific progress because there's like values, right? So it would be like, is it ethical to clone a human being or something like that? But science doesn't want anything that's going to slow down its progress. It wants to be able to do whatever the fuck. Because in science, there's no like ethics, right? Like there's no scientific experiment that says we shouldn't like murder babies or something. That doesn't make any value judgments, and they just want this world where we're all like moral anti-realists and we don't believe in values or something, so they can do whatever the fuck they want to us and treat us like animals.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Right, but do you believe that society can exist without morals? Like a moral foundation, like you don't like
I
do
mean,
X outside, like you don't shit on somebody's fucking windows because you're an asshole, right? Like, and so like maybe in India that's fine, but not in fucking like Pittsburgh, right? We understand that. So society can only exist with a basic moral set. So to have a moral set means you can have society. To not have a moral set means there cannot be no society. There can't be society. How can it just be roughshod? It's just debauchery everywhere, and like people are just okay. You'd have massive violence all over the place.
but there's
people are
this
just not looking for
problem. There's like a paradox because like, so like in America we have these values, like the Constitution would be an example of like American values, right? But then we also have a power structure like the state, and power does not submit itself to values. So when the power gets so big, like I brought up the power thing earlier, like it doesn't respect the Constitution. And now that's why now we see like the Constitution is getting constantly violated because like the power structure does not submit to values, right? Values are not, you know what I mean? So the values is just kind of an illusion. Like they're not real. The power wants to do whatever the fuck it wants. It's not going to limit itself because of some piece of paper. It'll find loopholes and ways around the shit.
Yeah, like the United States government, the Fed, you know what I mean? Anything like that, they're not going to be like, well, we can't do this because this is instilled by God per our U.S. Constitution. Like that's not going to fucking happen. That's not going to work.
But that's what it says in the Declaration of Independence. Like we're bestowed these inalienable rights from our Creator, and that's
right,
like
because that has to be the verbiage because you can't argue that, right? Because it's an immaterial fucking thing that is deemed to be true, right? So since it's deemed to be true, you have to play on those terms, which is why you have to swear in a Bible to fucking like get to the court system, supposedly.
that's what I've been thinking lately. Like the Creator is important because I
It
think
is.
values
It
are
is.
important. Like in Christianity, we're made in the image of God. Therefore, human life is sacred and human life has value.
Well,
you remove that and you're just an evolved ape. And then if you're just an evolved ape, then they can slaughter you like any other fucking animal, right?
Well, the pretense that laws bestowed by God give it gives the perception that it cannot be changed, right? So even just that as a marketing fucking ploy is brilliant, right? Like even if it's not real and it's just marketing, right? Just these are
even if it's a
God.
lie, it's like a practice. It's practical.
Right. What you're saying is, and everybody agrees with it. They just understand that these are not to be moved. You know what I mean? You don't change the shit because it's there. And if you change one word of it, you know what I mean? Or it doesn't. It all falls apart. That whole concept. But for whatever reason in law that holds. But I understand what you're talking about because as soon as the whole COVID stuff, all our rights, they went out the fucking window and nobody cared. And you know what I mean? And like, okay, well, what are rights then? At what point in time? You're just going to get violated by the government anyway. So what the fuck are rights? So what do you get paid later? Oh, what do you do? What's the point?
Yep. They like shut down churches and shit.
Yeah, I was telling my mother-in-law, I was like, yo, if your church is shut down but Walmart's open, why don't you go to Walmart, buy a fucking pack of bubble gum and have a sermon inside? Make a mockery of it. Nobody did that. I don't understand it.
Police would have got called.
No, they're you know what I mean? They're fucking patrons at that point. If they just buy gum or buy something, as soon as they purchase something, they have all the right to be in there.
Walmart's got lawyers.
I know that, but so do a lot of church people.
In that Albert Pike letter,
Don't talk
World
about
War
it.
III, it talks about unleashing the atheists and the nihilists and shit, and then the
Yep.
Christians become apathetic, and then they submit to Lucifer, and I think we're seeing that taking place. You know,
It's all designed, bro. I think this stuff was supposed to happen sooner. Honestly, I think that's why they hate Donald Trump, and I still think Donald Trump's fucking Phil. How about that? But I think Donald Trump kind of like
course.
stopped things, because if you think about it, like Brexit was about to happen in like 2014, right? And then Donald Trump gets elected, and all of a sudden Brexit takes a hard fucking, like, they just stall on it for like another fucking 4 to 5 years, right? Then like as soon as Donald Trump gets out of fucking, or just about to get out of office, Brexit happens. First thing they fucking do is they start threatening Russia in the North Sea out of nowhere, and it's just like, you know, red team go, and then all of a sudden all the fucking Russian stuff happened. But the United States was over there in 2014 because there was a bunch of conflicts kicking up over there at the same time. So I think Donald Trump might have pushed back the Russian war. So we could have, maybe World War III was supposed to happen, like, you know, almost like 8 years ago now. And then COVID was supposed to happen after that. And then we were supposed to enter into the whole like pre-process before we hit the Agenda 2030. Is that crazy?
No.
I think it seems like we're still on track for whatever they have planned for us, but everything's just disjointed. And like, I think that's why they hate Trump, is because he disjointed it in some shape or form, but even still contributed in whatever way.
I don't know. I think they want. I don't know. I think they can just even. I don't know. They can just frame things and use anything to their advantage, like January 6th. Like they framed that to make it like way worse than it actually was. But then again, I think it was bullshit. Like Trump totally set those people up, and then he like washed his hands of like guilt. But I think
same thing with the Q people. He started using Q verbiage and like enticing these people, and like then all of a sudden, you know, you never find the clips anywhere. The news doesn't report on it. I'm like, come on, bro. There's no way all this isn't just all in cahoots. Like, I know I'm a conspirator about that, but I really look at all this as fucking theater. Like everything we see.
Yeah,
Fuck
like
that.
Donald Trump's no good guy. He's a fucking psychopath that wants power and shit. Just like all the other.
Just look at the people he hired: John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, Bill Barr. What are you fucking talking about?
If we have to live under subservience to a king, Donald Trump was a way better fucking king than Obama or fucking Biden.
He's
For
funny.
sure, but he's still a part of the fucking. He's still a part of the mess, dude. You know.
Yeah, but if it's king versus king, he's a better fucking one, dude. You know?
He's at least he's funny. That's the only thing.
No, he's money.
No, I used to love his fucking
money.
Twitter feed. I used to love his Twitter feed, dude. Like when his talking about, oh man, his Twitter fucking thing that he posted like 5 things about fucking Diet Coke in like 2017, and he's like, "Can you believe I drink this garbage? Look at this stuff. Look at all these calories. I feel like my teeth are rotting out of my head. I'm gonna continue to drink it. Why not?
No.
It's America." And I'm like, this is what we lost. I love that shit. Dude is an absolute fucking shit poster.
The fucking at the debate when they're like the moderator was accusing him of being a misogynist, and he's like, only to Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, dude's a G, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, like, he fucked up a bunch in his first term. He did a lot of good stuff. The gas was fucking way cheaper, don't get me wrong.
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
I don't even think the presidents don't even really do anything. It's the corporations make decisions, and then the politicians just like break the news to the people. So I don't even think these politicians are doing anything really.
Well, it's him being in office led to those things happening. So I'm just gonna dump it all on him and say he's responsible.
I'd agree with that too. I think the president clearly has a fucking a positive or negative with regards to fucking oil production in the United States and refinement. Biden, the first day, fucking shut down a shit ton of refineries, shut down a shit ton of fucking sites, stopped fucking with the Keystone. He stopped a bunch of other pipelines too.
All for fake obsolescence, so he could.
Yeah,
just
and immediately the fucking gas prices go up.
And then cha-ching, because all his little investments and all his firms, it's all diversified throughout there. Nobody can trace it, but him and his fucking cronies are sitting there cha-ching on the fucking gas prices that are elevated by like, what was it, 300, 400% or 600%, whatever the fuck it was. So, but see, a conservative president is going to make business happen smoother and lower the cost for the business owners so that more profit can come in. And then that's when economic booms happen. And that's when you get that expendable income that then gets sent out into the economy so that secondary jobs can then also trickle down and get theirs too. And it does work.
Yeah. I actually fucking really like Vivek Ramaswamy and the whole fucking thing. I know he's a smooth talker, and I know he's former fucking pharmacy bro, but like I also know that the Jays and the Hindus are like oil and water, and like so like I don't know, they're almost like like soul enemies, dude. Like they just don't work together. And
Yeah.
I think like I'd back his horse. I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard my girl actually likes him.
Do you go live regularly on a specific day, or is it just kind of random?
It's totally random, but it's usually Wednesdays.
Okay.
Why?
I'm
Why?
just wondering, maybe I'll look out for your stream on Wednesdays or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
VB,
Yes.
post in that fucking Discord server, bro. We're all in there. P Miles is in there too.
Yeah, I know. I'm just so
Let us
scared.
know when you were live, bro. You were live for like 2 hours. I didn't even know. I had no idea.
Damn. I gotta join it. What do I have to do to
I thought
just
you did.
register? You sent me the thing, but I like chickened out. Didn't want to go all the way in.
Oh, fucking click it.
What does it do? It just
I gave you roles. You should be able to see everything.
yeah. I'll do it. I'll go in there.
There's a bunch of different like text channels. There's a bunch of different voice channels. All kinds of stuff. Mostly it's like shit posting for the most part. Lots of trolling, but it's all the usual suspects. Everybody's in there.
Is it your?
No, it's phases.
Oh, okay. And what is it? A server? It's his server.
Where
But
nobody's gonna get banned unless you fucking Merle.
What? And explain to me how that works. It's just basically I'm in there. I can post on Threads. I could just post a video in there if I
Yeah,
want.
you can add everybody and say I'm about to go live in 10 minutes, and fucking you'll probably get more people show up or whatever. I mean, the usual suspects, but like I said, you were live for two something hours before I fucking even caught it. I was like, oh fuck,
Dude, I fucking miss Merle. That guy's hilarious.
dude, I can't trust that motherfucker. He told me about he had cancer and couldn't even tell me what an oncology ward was. He couldn't name the fucking ward, oncology. And I was like, I don't believe you for a second, bro.
Okay. I guess we can end it at 4:40.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna go eat now. So
Yeah, sounds good. It's nice talking to you guys. I'll see you guys later.
All right, later, bro.
Peace out. Bye.
later.
Later.
Good having you, P. Big Mac Miller Light, P Mars, Tim Osman, and Jed Skeptic Media were all able to join. And Face was in the chat. Electric Bike Jesus, Tomfoolery, Gerald Cragg, David Sawyer, Twitwit, Thomas W. Payne, and Jed Skeptic Media, and Barry Mansfield, and YouTube, and Chickenella King, and Scrambled Eggs. And even Validation Boy are all able to join us tonight in the chat. Times are confusing. Still got to live the right way. You still got to give praise to our Holy Father. And you still got to give praise to Jesus Christ. Every day, often, for all of the blessings that you have been given by Him. Things work out if you fight long enough. Humble yourself. You're weak. While at the same time, strong enough to endure. Long enough to be here now, watching this. Be thankful. This has been Validation Boy live stream. Thank you guys for joining me and my panel, my amazing panel of absolute icons and all-stars on this October 11th, 2023 Validation Boy live stream.